Good evening and welcome to the 2025 Democratic Party of Wisconsin State Convention. Our main program will begin in just a few minutes. But first, please welcome WisDems' own Tammy Wood to give a brief presentation on our relational organizing app, Reach.
Democrats, can you all hear me? I need to be closer. Hello, friends, Democrats, and defenders of democracy. How are y'all doing today? Woo! Welcome to the 2025 Democratic Party of Wisconsin State Convention. I am here to start you off empowered and ready to go home and organize in your own counties. If it's not on, oh, it is, good. If you look at those screens, we have an app that brings organizing power right to your fingertips, right to your phone. You can take all of the stuff that you are learning here today from your comrades and your counterparts and the folks that are doing the good work. You can take that home to your communities and organize as much as you are able. So let me tell you some incredibly great things about this app. First, you can canvass anyone, anywhere, anytime. Does not matter where you're at. You're at the grocery store, you're at the farmer's market, you are at a rally, making friends with people that are taking the first step in action that they have ever taken. Connect with those folks and put them into your contact networks. Another great thing about this app is in those contact networks, you can rapid response to your network. So if there is some kind of shenanigans that this regime is bringing down upon us and we need to organize our community quickly, you can instantly reach out to your contact and get them out on the streets taking action in no time at all. And then there's more. There is a library of incredible resources for you. So one of the things that we are constantly hearing from folks is we need better messaging. This is all of the messaging right in one place for you. You can share it however you'd like to share it. Text messages, Snapchat, WhatsApp, emails, whatever social medias you use. You can even call folks and have conversations with them about the information on the library. But in addition to that, there's still more. You can add to the library. So if there's something happening in your community and you want to get the word out, you could submit your own articles, newspaper links, memes, talking points, videos, whatever you think you should share out with folks, you can do that too. And so much more. This app really brings organizing into a next level. So scan the QR code that is on those things. Yes, fantastic. And I know that in all of your communities, you all have incredible regional organizing directors that you can reach out to. They are happy to train you. They are happy to train you to train others. So get on this app, share. In fact, how many people are on this app right now? Raise your hands if you're on this app. Amazing. Now on that center main action feed, if you scroll down, there is actually some, share some stuff from the convention and share some stuff from No Canes. Start sharing right now today. And then reach out to your organizer if you have any questions about it, and we will make sure that you and your teams and your community are trained on how to use this incredible app. Thank you all so very much for being such dedicated Democrats and being here and doing the good work. I am truly honored to defend democracy along your side. Thank you all so very much. Bye.
Hello, Democrats, and welcome to Wisconsin Dells.
We are proud to be the water park capital of the world.
But we're also proud of our bluffs, our ducks, and our mini golf putts.
Whether you want a day on the lake or a night on the town, there is so much to do in the Dells.
That's why we're one of the top vacation spots in Wisconsin.
But we're not all fun and games. Situated in 4 counties, Columbia, Sauk, Juneau, and Adams.
The Dells is one of many small towns in Wisconsin that takes democracy seriously.
Now is the time for every Democrat in Wisconsin to gear up for the 2026 midterms.
So we can win races up and down the ballot,
From school board to state assembly,
from city council to state senate.
the current administration has turned our country upside down, but that ends now.
Let's help build a government that helps all Americans.
Starting from grassroots campaigns right here in Wisconsin.
So put your pedal to the metal, Democrats. We are on the road for 2026 on Wisconsin.
Distinguished delegates, members, and guests, welcome to the 2025 Democratic Party of Wisconsin State Convention. And now, please welcome to the stage your Democratic Party of Wisconsin statewide officers.
Good evening, Wisconsin Democrats. Love you back. Fellow Wisconsin Dems, party leaders, elected officials, new members, returning members, special guests, welcome to the 76th convention of the modern Democratic Party of Wisconsin and my final convention as your state party chair. Thank you. This is a moment in many ways of shock and grief, especially as we're reeling from the shootings of 2 legislators and their spouses. In one case, in one shooting fatally, next door in Minnesota. We're sending our prayers for the survival of 2 of the victims and our sorrow and grief for 2 others. I've conveyed our support to leaders in Minnesota and our hopes for swift justice and for this horror to end now. And today, amidst the fear and the grief, I want to reaffirm our appreciation, our gratitude for all those who have the courage to serve in public office in this time. We're here to support you, and we honor your service to all of us. You should not have to fear for your life to serve in public office in this country or anywhere. Earlier today, thousands, many thousands of Wisconsinites, millions of Americans across the country gathered to protest a president who's decided that he is above the law, who arrests judges, including in Wisconsin, and members of Congress, including U.S. senators, who sends Marines into U.S. cities, who wants to rip health care from millions of people to hand tens of billions or billions of dollars to his royal courtiers, a man who doesn't see himself as an elected official, but as a king. And the very notion of a king was rejected during the founding days of our democracy, when George Washington rejected a proposal that would have established an American monarchy with himself on the throne. 250 years later, we can imagine how disgusted he would be by the actions of our president and by all those who have enabled this profoundly anti-American behavior. We are supposed to be, and we will be again, a government by, of, and for the people. That simple, profound, and powerful idea has been dismissed by a party that would rather bend the knee to a president who makes them kiss his ring. It's a frightening moment in this country, but those who fear democracy and wish to break it apart, they're depending on the idea that their force, that their reign of terror can silence you, can crush you, can intimidate you, can make you feel alone. And that's why today was so powerful. That's why today was so powerful, because here at our convention and across the country, we saw that we are in this together. This Flag Day, we saw millions breathe new life into the highest ideals represented by the Stars and Stripes, principles we still strive to achieve. And here at our convention, we came together to connect and to reconnect, because our power comes not from this gavel or from the chair, but from everyone in this room and the thousands of members of this party that you represent as delegates and guests at this convention. We came together to choose leaders, to train, to equip ourselves for the work ahead, come what may. The activism and courage of today, the willingness to stand up for what is right against the odds, is why I know that no matter how daunting things might seem, we will survive, and we will do more than that. We will thrive. We will get past these years under a would-be mad king, a tin-pot dictator held in check by democratic values that President Washington sewed into the fabric of our government. The Trump administration will end one day. And in the meantime, as they seek to rule through fear, we join together in defiance and in gratitude. We know that unity amidst our differences is a source of strength. We gather tonight on traditional Menominee Nation and Ho-Chunk Nation lands, native nations that have called this land home for millennia. Tonight we honor the sovereignty of Wisconsin's native nations. We recommit to ensuring that this sovereignty, so often disrespected, is respected by our government at every level, as Governor Evers and our leadership here in Wisconsin do. We gather here on the banks of the Wisconsin River, reminded that Native peoples gave our state its name. You might think that the Wisconsin River was named after our state, but it's the opposite. Our state was named after the Wisconsin River. Wisconsin is the English misspelling of a French version of a name used by the Miami, Illinois Algonquin, which means river running through a red place. It refers specifically to the red sandstone bluffs of the Wisconsin Dells. Wisconsin Dells, the river that you can see when you walk outside of this resort, is where this entire state got its name. It was written down first by the explorer and missionary Father Jacques Marquette in 1673. And then someone mistranscribed it and turned the M in Wisconsin into a W, or into an O-U-E, and eventually it became what we now love, W-I-S-C-O-N-S-I-N. But this is where it all came from. This is where it started, and this tonight is where we reaffirm that it will continue. We gather in the midst of Pride Month, affirming Happy Pride. We affirm here tonight that no matter who you love or how you identify, you are a perfect and beautiful human being, and we will stand with you and against those who deny your existence. And in this party and in this state and in this country, there is no place for disrespect. There is a place of honor for you. Happy Pride, WisDems. We're a party that honors work. And to all the workers here at the Chula Vista Resort, here in the Wisconsin Dells, let's give those working here a round of applause. Thank you for making this such a wonderful experience for all of us. To all of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin staff who've worked so intensively to make this convention a success, including members of our two staff unions, IBEW Local 494 and DPW's organizing unit, the Campaign Workers Guild, please stand or wave. Let's give a giant thank you to all the members of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin staff that are in this room. And to all in the House of Labor, the essential and eternal partner of the Democratic Party, targeted by this administration just as surely as unions were targeted by Scott Walker. To all union members and union leaders in this room, please stand and be recognized today, or wave if you're unable to stand. Solidarity forever. The union makes us strong. Thank you, union members and union leaders with us here tonight. If you're an elected official at any level of government, please stand or wave and be recognized now. Public service is a noble calling. You go above and beyond. You do our state proud. We work to support you. Thank you, public servants. And if you are now or might soon be a candidate and feel comfortable standing, all candidates for office, please stand and be recognized now. We honor you. It takes courage to put your name on a ballot. And if you've ever run for office, stand. All those who've ever run for office here in our state party, thank you for helping make our democracy a reality. Thank you. Thank you and thank you. And a special thanks to our host county party, or should I say parties, since several county parties lay claim to the Wisconsin Dells. The host county for Chula Vista, the Adams County Democrats and their co-chairs, Sherry Wirtz and Joni Anderson, as well as the Columbia, Sauk, and Juneau counties, and their respective chairs, Dick Baker and Mary Arnold, Susan Noer, and Nanette Vetch. We're grateful for your tireless organizing and leadership. Thank you for welcoming us to the Dells. Thank you. This is my last convention as WisDems chair, as we've noted. And two of my fellow statewide party officers will be stepping away from their roles after years of service. So I want to ask everyone to join me in giving a round of applause to my first vice chair, Felicia Martin, who's been with me at every step of the way since we launched our campaign for chair in early 2019, all the way through this moment. Felicia Martin, let's give her a giant round of applause. Thank you so much, Milwaukee County Supervisor and my partner in the fight. Thank you, Vice Chair Martin. And second Vice Chair, Tricia Zunker, who's been with us as second Vice Chair for these last several years. Thank you so much, Tricia, for all of your work and your leadership, helping make this a great state party. We're so grateful. And I'd like to ask you to join me in welcoming two continuing state party officers, our extraordinary Secretary of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin, Kim Butler, and the Treasurer of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin, Randy Udell. Let's give them a giant welcome and round of applause. You help make this party work. Thank you for being with us here tonight and with us at every step of the way. And we'll have an election this year. So to all the candidates for WisDems leadership roles, best of luck and thank you for stepping up. We're grateful to each of you for running. There's a lot to do. There continues to be a lot to do. And whether you win or lose in this election over the next day, we win for your leadership and your presence. And we're grateful and encourage everyone involved to stay involved because this is going to take all of us. I'd like to ask you to join me in giving a special huge thank you to Democratic National Committee Secretary Jason Ray, proud son of Wisconsin. We're so lucky to call you our own, and to all of our elected DNC members from the state of Wisconsin who are here with us. If you're a member of the DNC and with us in this room, please rise and be recognized. We're so grateful for your work and service. Andrew Worthman, Tamika Vukovic, Arvina Martin. To our keynote speaker tonight, Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock. We are thrilled. We are thrilled that he will be with us tonight. If he can hear these words, Senator, thank you for making the trip to joining us here tonight and for reminding us and inspiring us to keep up the fight in these dark and challenging hours. And to all the delegates and guests in this room, let me ask, if this is your first time at a Democratic Party of Wisconsin convention, could you please stand or wave, and we can recognize those here for the first time, bringing new energy and new life to this party. Thank you for joining us. You are a member of this party now in full standing. You will build relationships here this weekend that will last the rest of your life. Thank you. If this is a return trip for you, if you've been to a Democratic Party of Wisconsin convention before, please stand or wave and be recognized. Thank you for coming back. Thank you for your resilience. Thank you for being a part of this party. We're so grateful for your presence. And lastly, if I could just add on a personal note, if you are a member of my family, I'd like to ask you to stand and wave now to my mom, Lynn, and my stepdad, Mike, to my amazing kids, Jack, Susie, and Mac, and to the person without whom none of this would have been possible, my wife, Beth Wickler. Thank you so much, Beth. Thank you to my family. I'm so, so grateful. You've made all of this possible. Thank you. And I'm so proud of you, kiddos. In a sense, we're all a big, beautiful, fractious family here at the Democratic Party of Wisconsin. And I want everyone here to know that you're right where you belong, that you're valued, that you're honored, that you're respected here. We want you to have a great experience here, and we want to carry these values, the values that knit us together, out into the world and show this state and this country what it looks like to be a family that respects everyone. So thank you for carrying those values in everything that you do. We're missing some beloved Democrats this year. So I'd like to take a moment to cherish the memory of all the great Democrats who have passed away from this earth since our last convention. If I could ask you to join me for a moment of silence and think or speak the names of those who you're thinking about in this moment. Thank you. And if you're grieving, know that all those here who've experienced those thoughts are here to support you and lift you up. We have so much to do in our convention tonight and tomorrow, and we have a great day of trainings already behind us. In tonight's program, you'll hear from dynamite speakers. You'll enjoy your evening in the hospitality suites, and then tomorrow morning, we'll come back together for more discussion and for voting. Let's make this convention a kickoff for a sprint from now through 2026. And with that, the 2025 convention of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin is officially called to order. Thank you, Wisconsin Democrats.
Delegates and guests, we ask you to please rise if you are able and welcome Adams County co-chairs Sherry Wirtz and Joni Anderson to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Play ball.
Please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. And now, to deliver this evening's invocation, please welcome Pastor John Krebs of the Emmanuel Evangelical Lutheran Church.
Greetings and welcome to Adams County. In the interest of full disclosure, I should mention that her name is Cheryl Witz, not Wirtz. She is a member of my church, and I would do her a dishonor if I didn't correct that. Let us invoke. Holy God, blessed Father of all creation, you have instructed us to pray for our government and those who serve in their vocations of leading us and guiding our state and nation. Grant that this convention may be visited by your Holy Spirit, who imparts the wisdom of your word to your people. We ask your blessing for these delegates, that all their deliberations and decisions may enhance the cause of truth, righteousness, and justice for the people of this state. We commend all those here to your merciful and gracious care through Jesus Christ, Savior and Lord, who lives and reigns with you and the Holy Spirit, one God, now and forever. Amen. The Lord be with you. You know the response. Excellent.
To deliver the report of the Credentials Committee, please welcome Credentials Committee Chair Melissa Schrader.
Good afternoon, fellow Democrats, and welcome to Wisconsin Dells. I stand before you this evening with a preliminary credentials report for the 2025 State Convention. As of 5 p.m. today, we have registered 704 delegates, 9 alternates, and 144 guests. I don't think any.
Please welcome Election Commission Chair Haben Goydam.
Good evening, Wisconsin Democrats. My name is Haben Goydam, and I'm the chair of your WisDems Election Commission, where I proudly serve along with 4 other members, Mike Mazelman, Terrell Martin, Owais Khalil, and William Garcia, who of course recused himself due to his candidacy this year. I want to thank all of them for their hard work and inform you of what we've been up to. We met on May 12th with a quorum present and unanimously approved the rules that will govern the Democratic Party of Wisconsin's officer elections. I would also like to note that upon receiving feedback from candidates, and in the interest of increasing transparency and trust in this process, the Election Commission unanimously amended the rules by email vote on Thursday, June 5th, to increase the number of election observers each candidate is allowed to have to up to 8. It had previously been 4, as was noted in an email sent to all delegates earlier this week. The business before you at this time is the approval of the 2025 WisDems election rules. These rules are also in your packet and were emailed out last week. At this time, I would entertain a motion to adopt the election rules as presented. Is there a motion? Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. The motion on the floor has been seconded, and we will now vote on the question of approving the 2025 State Convention rules. All in favor, please signify by, thank you. Any opposed, please signify by saying nay. The ayes have it. The 2025 WisDems election rules are approved. Thank you. Now, with the rules approved, the business before you at this time is the WisDems officer elections. Every 2 years, delegates are responsible for electing the DPW party officers pursuant to the election rules and in accordance with the Democratic Party of Wisconsin's Constitution and bylaws. Candidates for the party offices were required to submit a statement of intent and nomination papers containing the signatures of 60 current members of the party, with at least 10 signatures each from 6 of Wisconsin's 8 congressional districts. The statements of intent and nomination papers were due to the state party office by 5 p.m. on Saturday, May 24th. Pursuant to our state party constitution, write-in candidates and additional nominations from the floor are not permitted. This year, the positions for first vice chair, second vice chair, secretary, and treasurer were unopposed as of the May 24th deadline. Kim Butler was the only candidate to have met the filing requirements and been approved for the ballot for the position of secretary. Randy Udell was the only candidate to have met the filing requirements and been approved for the ballot for the position of treasurer. And Joshua Taylor was the only candidate to have met the filing requirements and been approved for the ballot for the position of second vice chair. And Sarah Godlewski was the only candidate to have met the filing requirements and been approved for the ballot for the position of first vice chair. Because these positions were unopposed, I would entertain a motion at this time to suspend the rules of the convention and elect Kim, Randy, Joshua, and Sarah to their respective positions by acclamation. Is there a motion? Thank you. Is there a second? Excellent. All those in favor of suspending the rules and electing Kim Butler, Randy Udell, Joshua Taylor, and Sarah Godlewski by acclamation, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Excellent. All opposed? Signify by saying nay. That was the joke of Jack Wickler. Thank you. The ayes have it, and the motion passes. Please join me in congratulating Kim Butler on her re-election as WisDems Secretary, Randy Udell on re-election as Treasurer, Joshua Taylor on his re-election to WisDems Second Vice Chair, and Sarah Godlewski, our fantastic Secretary of State, on her election to First Vice Chair. Tomorrow, we will hold elections for our next WisDems Chair. The candidates who met the filing requirements and have been approved for the ballot for chair in the order that they will appear on the ballot are Devin Remaker, William Garcia, and Joe Zepecki. A reminder that this will be a ranked choice election, and at this time, I would ask that you direct your attention to the screens for a brief video explainer on ranked choice voting.
So what is ranked choice voting? In most parts of the United States, voters select a single candidate for each position on their ballot, and the candidate with the most votes wins. This is known as single-choice winner-take-all, which can sometimes result in the election of a candidate who earned only a small percentage of the vote, even when the majority of voters supported other candidates. But that's not the only way of electing our leaders. Ranked choice voting is another voting method which allows voters to rank their candidates in order of preference. In a ranked choice voting election, a candidate needs to earn more than half of the votes to win. All first choices are counted, and if a candidate has a majority, then they win, just like any other election. If not, the candidate with the fewest votes is eliminated, and voters who picked that candidate as number one will have their votes count for their next choice. This process continues until a candidate earns a majority and is declared the winner. Let's look at an example. Here, you select orange as your first choice candidate, yellow as your second, pink as your third, and green as your final choice. The first choices are counted. Yellow earned 35%, orange 21%, pink earned 28%, and green earned 16% of the vote. Because nobody won more than 50%, the candidate with the fewest votes is eliminated, and voters who picked him as their first choice have their ballots count for their second choice. This continues until a candidate receives more than half of the votes, or 50% plus 1. So what are some of the benefits of ranked choice voting? Ranked choice voting provides more choices, allowing more than two candidates to compete without fear of splitting the vote among like-minded individuals. Sometimes voters feel pressured to vote for the lesser of two evils. Ranked choice voting allows people to vote for their favorite candidate, not just against the candidates they dislike. With ranked choice voting, we see more positive campaigns and less negative advertising. Candidates are encouraged to reach out to as many voters as possible, including those supporting their opponents. They can build a winning coalition with like-minded candidates to earn voters' second and third choices. It's time to fix our democracy and make our elections work better for everybody. We can do that with ranked choice voting. Visit www.fairvote.org to find out how you can get involved.
Thank you for your attention. I will now yield time to Evelyn Schmidt of the Rules Committee.
Good evening, Wisconsin Democrats. My name is Evelyn Schmidt. I am a member of the Rules Committee, and I am stepping in for Ryan Greendeer. I want to thank all the members of the Rules Committee for their hard work. We met on Thursday, May 22nd, and approved the rules that will govern the Democratic Party of Wisconsin's 2025 state convention. The rules were drafted to comply with and uphold our bylaws and our Constitution. These rules for consideration are located in your delegate bags and were emailed out to every delegate last week. At this time, I will now entertain a motion to approve the 2025 state convention rules. Alrighty. Is there a second? Perfect, thank you. The motion on the floor has been seconded, and we will now vote on the question of approving the 2025 state convention rules. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, great. And then wonderful, the motion passes and the 2025 state convention rules have been approved. Thank you all and have a terrific convention, and I now yield to Joshua Taylor. Thank you.
Well, good evening, Wisconsin Democrats. My name is Joshua Taylor, and let me begin by saying thank you for your support, thank you for your vote, and thank you for your belief in what we can build together. I'm honored to serve as the next second vice chair of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin. Let me also take a point of personal privilege and thank my wife, the love of my life, Sarah E. Taylor, on this evening. Give her a hand on tonight. I'm Milwaukee born and raised in the heart of the city and proud to serve as chair of the 4th Congressional District. But tonight I stand before you not just with the title, but with the purpose. I'm an organizer, I'm a servant, and a believer in the power of grassroots leadership. I didn't get here by chasing recognition. I got here the same way many of you did, by showing up, doing the work, knocking on doors, registering voters, and building our party at one conversation at a time. Over the years, I have served as a 4th CD chair, a member of the State Convention Rules Committee, and a partner to county parties that needed someone to show up and stay involved after the campaign signs came down. Because that's who I am, and that's how I'll lead. The role of second vice chair is not symbolic, it's strategic. It's about building bridges between the state party and counties, ensuring your voices are heard and making sure no one is left behind. I decided to run with Devin Remiker because of our commitment to building authentic partnerships with county leaders, with political strategy in every county, strengthening in transparency and communication, and a champion year-round organizing beyond just knocking on doors, and real support to communicate in every nook and cranny throughout Wisconsin, whether that's radio, online, newspapers, podcasts, and more. I look forward to attending every congressional district convention and meeting with each of our county chairs. You see, there's a saying that says people don't care how much you know till they know how much you care. And let me tell you, we care and we care deeply. I'll bring passion and an unwavering belief in the power of community organizing. I'll lead by the principle, we are better together. Somebody say we're better together. And tomorrow we'll make another big decision. We will vote for a new state party chair. And I believe we need a leader who's battle tested, who knows what it takes to win elections, and who understands that it's time for some significant change in our party. That leader is Devin Remiker. Devin has proven he knows how to win. He served as our former executive director, helped elect and re-elect Governor Tony Evers, and deliver Wisconsin for former President Joe Biden, and flipped our Supreme Court with Justice Janet Protasewicz. And when he elected chair, we will finally undo the decades of harm caused by Scott Walker and Republicans and earn a Democratic trifecta in the Assembly, the Senate, and the governor's mansion. Can I tell you all, Wisconsin Democrats, he's ready on day one. Day one to double down on what's working and make the bold changes we need to be ready for what's next. So here's my number, you all. I believe that leaders must be touchable, reachable. So here's my number. My number is 414-324-1139. I see people taking out their phones. Let me say it again. My number is 414-324-1139. Call me, text me, because leadership shouldn't be out of reach. It should be right there with you, and we'll be fighting alongside of you every single day until we win and make Wisconsin a state where everyone can thrive and achieve their American dream. Thank you, and let's get to work. Thank you.
Yeah, let's wait for him to.
Yep, but it'll be Kim Butler.
Yeah.
Please welcome Democratic Party of Wisconsin Secretary Kim Butler.
Well, that's hard to follow up. Welcome, Joshua Taylor, to the leadership team. Thank you all for re-electing me. These are the kind of elections that I like, unopposed. For those of you who don't know me, I have had the honor of serving as the secretary for the state party for the last 2 years. Before that, I have been Polk County Democratic Chair, which is the county that I hail from, on the western edge of the state, a very rural red county. I've also been chair of the 7th Congressional District Democratic Party, yo 7th CD. And I ran for assembly twice in 2018 and 2020 in my rural, very red county, but it was still an amazing experience. So I'm honored to serve again for the next 2 years. And I just wanted to explain, since there do seem to be a lot of new people here, what the administrative committee is, which is what the leadership team sits on. So I will go through that super quick. It's over 60 people now, including the 5 elected statewide officials, our Democratic National Committee representatives, all the CD party chairs and elected representatives, representatives from the Assembly, the Senate, high school, college, and young Democratic parties, Milwaukee County, the, don't write on both sides of a see-through piece of paper in the future, Kim, the County Chairs Association, and a variety of at-large members who are chosen to increase underrepresented groups and achieve gender and geographic balance, because as Democrats, we actually value diversity, equity, and inclusion and think it's a good thing. The committee meets 4 times a year and as needed, as in when a presidential candidate drops out of the race in July. And our job is to advise the chair on the general operation of the party. So we do things like approve the budget, the constitution and bylaws changes, candidate and referendum endorsements. We select the convention location, and we address party issues and strategic planning. So that is us. The meetings are open to the public, except for sessions that are discussing finances or party strategy. So people are always welcome to pop in. And also the minutes of the meeting, which I'm responsible for doing, are always sent to your county party chairs. I don't know if anybody reads them because they're like 6 pages long, but I want to be thorough. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your vote. Thank you especially to all the county party chairs and the CD district chairs who helped with my nomination papers. I want to give a shout out, and I say this often, you are the workhorses of the Democratic Party, and you are underappreciated volunteers. I know how much work you do. I know what it's like to get called while you're cooking dinner or Saturday night out with your spouse or any number of things. I'm still getting phone calls several years after leadership of, who should I vote for? Where can I get a sign? And I'm happy to help, but it becomes sort of a lifelong job sometimes. So thank you, fellow Democrats. Enjoy the rest of the convention.
Please welcome Democratic Party of Wisconsin Treasurer Randy Udell.
Good evening, convention delegates. Everyone should have received a copy of my treasurer's report in your packets. It's dated June 14th, 2025. Dear Chairman, in 2024, the Democratic Party of Wisconsin operated at an unprecedented scale, heading into a high-stakes election cycle. We focused on building the financial resources needed to support Democrats at every level. That included investments in candidates up and down the ballot, and the local party infrastructure, and the powers our work in every county and congressional district across the state. I'm proud to report that the 2024 state party raised a record $69.6 million. That's $69.6 million. $69.6 million, driven by strong performance across grassroots contributions, major donor support, and joint fundraising. According to public campaign finance reports, the Democratic Party of Wisconsin revenue performances exceeded that of any other state across the country. Over the course of the year, DPW spent more than $54 million to support Democratic candidates across the state. This included $21 million through the coordinated campaign to elect the Harris-Walz ticket and Democrats up and down the ballot. $6.6 million for Senator Baldwin's successful re-election campaign. Yes. $20 million for state legislative races. Nearly $2 million in the U.S. House races. We also made an early $1 million investment in December to support Justice Susan Crawford's successful campaign for the Wisconsin State Supreme Court. As we look ahead, we remain focused on sustaining the financial strength and infrastructure needed to support Democrats across the state. With the foundation built in 2024 and the beginning of 2025, we are well positioned to carry the work forward into the 2026 election cycle. The Democratic Party of Wisconsin remains in a strong financial position and is current with all federal and state filings. Our success would not have been possible without the extraordinary leadership of our outgoing chair, Ben Wickler. That deserves a huge applause. Under Ben's tenure, we shattered fundraising records, expanded our grassroots donor base, and built a nationally recognized fundraising program. His vision, and tirelessly fundraising efforts have redefined what was possible for a state party, and we are deeply grateful for the legacy that he leaves behind. Thank you, Randy Udell.
Please welcome Democratic Party of Wisconsin Second Vice Chair Tricia Zunker.
Hello, fellow Wisconsin Democrats. Hanachuita Haipi, Ho-Chunk Rajga Hinnikpinkade. It's great to see you all. My Ho-Chunk name is Good Woman. I am Tricia Zunker, current second vice chair of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin these last 2 years. Thank you, Chair Wickler, for acknowledging that we are convening on the traditional lands of the Ho-Chunk people, my people. I also want to pay respects to our elders, past and present, who made a way for us and our survival, as well as our continuing connection to this land. Thank you all for being here tonight. At the outset, I want to thank my fellow officers for your service. It has been a privilege to serve with each and every one of you, Chair Wickler, Felicia, Kim, and Randy. Thank you especially to Chair Wickler for everything you have done, for the sacrifices you have made, and thank you to Chair Wickler's family for the sacrifices you have made, sharing him with us these last 6 years. I also want to wish the best of luck to the new officers as they embark in this uncharted territory under the current presidential administration, including a special shout out to incoming Second Vice Chair Joshua Taylor. My congratulations to you. And thank you to the DPW staff, current and previous, for all of your hard work. It has been a great honor to serve as your Second Vice Chair. It's true when they say time is a thief, and that time is a limited resource. I have been serving in elected office, whether that is tribal office or local office, or running a very uphill battle in a congressional district twice, since my son was 2 years old. He is going to be 15 in a few months. I am a solo parent, and the finite time that I have raising him is palpable with each month. I've also continued and expanded my work in Indian country. Earlier this year, I was reelected to a 4th term to serve my people as Associate Justice on the Ho-Chunk Supreme Court. Pinagigi. But I've also been appointed to serve as Chief Justice for 2 other tribes, in Montana for the Blackfeet Nation and in Iowa for the Meskwaki tribe. This judicial service in Indian country allows me to work to uphold and maintain tribal sovereignty in my limited way. We simply can't take anything for granted with this administration, including treaty rights, obligations, and the federal trust responsibility. I share this experience to point out that we all can and must show up in our respective ways. Fighting back does not require that we hold titles. It requires that we show up however we can, wherever we can, whenever we can, and that we stand together against this administration. And so, my fellow Democrats, I am proud to stand with all of you and fight for our shared values. We are the party that cares about other people, that wants to see others taken care of, whether that is making sure everyone has health care, child care, senior care, that this planet is taken care of for generations to come. We are the party that wants to see opportunity for others, educational opportunity, job opportunity with good paying union jobs, accessible housing, and importantly, opportunities in our rural communities. We are the party that fights for freedoms, reproductive health freedom, the freedom to marry who we love, freedom to live as our authentic selves, economic freedoms, and more. Even our First Amendment freedoms are under attack in a way unlike ever before. And we are the party that stands for basic human decency, now more than ever. As we see, as we see workplaces raided, families separated, people disappeared off the street, and people doing what they're supposed to do to earn their path to citizenship, detained. This is so egregious. It is so wrong. We have to stand up and fight back for those who cannot. We have a duty to fight back for those who cannot and for our future generations. I am a first-generation college graduate. I am the product of my lived experience as a Ho-Chunk woman who was raised in a strong union household, the granddaughter of Marathon County dairy farmers, the great-granddaughter of Bethany Indian Mission Wittenberg boarding school survivors. I am a solo parent who, when my child was an infant, had to work 3 jobs just to pay for his childcare for when I was at my full-time one. My story is not unique, but the Democratic Party is the party that has a place for me. It has a place for you, for your loved ones, for your neighbors, for your fellow citizens. Let's keep showing up, showing others they are not alone, and keep fighting back. It has been my great honor to serve as your second vice chair. Representation matters, and there is no substitute for having a seat at the table. Thank you. Waini ganapshana.
Please welcome Democratic Party of Wisconsin First Vice Chair Felicia Martin.
Good afternoon, Democrats. Oh, it's 6:01. Good evening, Democrats. Thank you so much. I want to take this time to say to every Democrat in this room and across this state, thank you for the last 6 years of allowing me to lead and to guide and to learn these last 6 years alongside outgoing Chair Ben Wickler, second Vice Chair, former second Vice Chair Lee Snodgrass, current outgoing second Vice Chair Tricia Zonker, Treasurer Randy Udell, former Secretary Meg Andrich, and current and re-elected Secretary Kim Butler. It has been my distinct honor to serve you all across this great state of ours. And thank you all for giving me wonderful opportunities for growth, as I've never had before. It has been challenging, but in a good way, because I truly learned that Democrats truly fight for the people. During the time that I have been on your leadership team, we have won 10 of the last 13 statewide elections. You should clap that up. You should clap that up. We had been on a losing streak because it was so hard and because the air in our nation and how we move in our nation, the winds and the tides were changing. So it was a challenge at every turn. And the tide was not changing for the better, as we see today at what resides at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. That let us know over the last 6 years that something incredibly dark and sinister has crept in to the lifeline of the United States of America. Democrats, I say to you today, America needs a heart transplant. We have seen so many rights that have been fought long and hard for roll back. Never would I ever have thought that the fights that my ancestors fought for would be rolled back. We saw the Voting Rights Act gutted. We saw the Equal Opportunities Act just eliminated. We see women's rights being packed away every single day. Every election cycle is just one more thing. Now we don't have autonomy, true autonomy over our own bodies, but we're fighting back. During our tenure as leaders, we have been able to see not one, but 2 Wisconsin State Supreme Court justices.
In this time, when we appear to be on a respirator in the United States of America, we do see a beacon of hope in the Democratic Party. I am so thankful that as I look at local, statewide, and nationwide Democrats, I am so proud to serve with you all. And that's the thing we must understand. When we go into an election booth to elect someone, we need to elect people who have a heart for people, not a heart for money, not a heart for themselves, but a heart for all the people. And I want to say, during these last few months, I have witnessed and experienced some, and Mr. Martin too, some incredibly hard losses. Just last week, or maybe a couple weeks ago, my great-great-aunt Carrie passed away. And in my conversation, my last conversation with her, she's a Republican, but that's okay. She said, Chicklet, that's what she calls me, Chicklet, and all that you're doing, and you've done some great works with those Democrats, I keep hearing this thing about serving others, what I need to do for others. When will you do something for yourself? I said, I didn't know that was an option. She said, it's an option. I said, okay. I was gonna run for chair of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin. But instead, after having a talk with Aunt Carrie, I said, this must be a nice time to return to seminary and finish up that degree I was looking forward to. And I mention that because many of you may notice I move and groove and vibe in a little bit different way. I don't like talking statistics, but I'm very good at statistics. I don't necessarily like talking about issues. I like talking about people and what are their needs, what are their desires, their hopes, and their dreams for not only themselves, but their family and the broader community. I am not an I person. I am about the we, the us, the broader community, and not Democrat, not Republican, but people. It's about humanity and meeting the needs of the people. So as we go forward this weekend to elect a new chair, I ask that you hold in your hearts and your mind, think about the person who can communicate across all lines. I always heard that the Democratic Party is a big tent. Looking around this room, does it look like a big tent? Does it look like a big tent? Does it sound like a big tent? What we deliver, is it a big tent? I say I don't see as many brown and black faces as I did when I got elected to your first vice chair. This past election cycle showed us something, and I want to leave this with you, Democrats, as I take my seat in the back. Black and brown people often feel taken advantage of. And now we're in the streets because we have a pseudo-king. And I was asked the other day, why aren't you out marching? Not my fight. I did my part November 2024. I am part of the 92% that did their part. It's your time to fight. It is your time to fight. And if you know what that fight looks like for you, for me, is to make certain that people that look like me are no longer on plantations. It is because people like me do not end up at the back of the bus. It is because people like me do not end up at the lowest rung and in ghettos without fresh water, with lead-filled homes in schools. I stand and I fight every single day. But right now, Democrats, I need for my white brothers and sisters to take to the streets, to stand up, rise up, and do what you claim that you always say that you are doing. I want to see it. I want to feel it. I want to hear it. I want to believe it, but I cannot if you don't rise up and take to the streets and tell 1,600, no more. We rise up as a people, and we will vote as a people. When you vote for your new chair, make sure that person is able to articulate that message. Make sure that chair is able to incite you to get up, rise up, and be who you say you are. Thank you.
To deliver the DNC report, please welcome the Secretary of the Democratic National Committee, Jason Ray.
Well, hello, Wisconsin Democrats. I am so glad to be here with all of you today. As I said, my name is Jason Ray, and I'm proud to serve as Secretary of the Democratic National Committee, and that I get to represent Wisconsin on the national stage. As many of you know, my commitment to our party runs deep. From riding my bike to Barron County Democratic Party meetings before I could even drive, to being elected to the DNC by all of you before I could even vote. Earlier this year, I was honored to be overwhelmingly re-elected to a third term as DNC Secretary. I'm grateful to Democrats across the country, but especially folks in this room, who have shaped me and supported me every step of the way. And in particular, my husband, Philip, who's with me celebrating his birthday today. Now, let me start with something really important. Thank you. Thank you to every organizer, every volunteer, and every county party leader who made Susan Crawford's victory in April possible. That was huge. Not just for Wisconsin families, but for Democrats across the country who saw that win and said, we can do this. And I want to recognize someone who has been central to that momentum, our chair, Ben Wickler. Ben has spent the last 6 years rebuilding and reimagining this party, not for headlines, but for results. Under his leadership, we've defended democracy, elected champions, and made Wisconsin the beating heart of the pro-democracy movement in this country. So from the bottom of my heart, on behalf of all of our DNC officers, thank you, Ben, for your leadership. Right now, as Republicans attempt to rip health care and food assistance away from children, seniors, veterans, and working people, Democrats have a strategic and moral imperative to go on offense. And that's exactly what we're doing. Under the leadership of DNC Chair Ken Martin, Democratic state parties will receive more funding than ever before. The DNC is investing $1 million a month into state parties across this country. $1 million a month. That will support organizers, training, and local infrastructure, because we know that change happens from the ground up. In 2025 already, we've seen tremendous energy against Trump and Republicans' dangerous agenda. In just the first half of this year, in special and off-year elections, Democrats have overperformed or won in a whopping 33 elections. 33, including in the reddest districts in this country. Momentum is on our side, and national Democrats are getting state parties the resources they need to take that momentum and elect Democrats up and down the ballot. Democrats will not only stand up to Trump, but deliver a forward-looking agenda that helps families get ahead, because that's what it means to be a Democrat. We're not just against Donald Trump, but we're for working families across this country. That's who Democrats represent. To stand up for working people every day, the DNC is launching innovative efforts to get our message in front of new audiences. Through our War Room, we're expanding Democrats' reach into new information spaces, driving aggressive daily messaging to counter the Trump administration, and leveraging an expansive research operation to put Republicans on the back foot and combat the lies from the right. Whether online or in districts across the country, Democrats are showing up. In partnership with our state parties, the DNC has held 130 town halls across this country, packing churches, auditoriums, and union halls to talk about the real issues and to rally communities against Trump's dangerous agenda. And to fight the daily Republican ecosystem, just this month, we launched the Daily Blueprint, a fact-first YouTube news show streaming every single day. This moment demands that not a single one of us back down. The stakes are just too damn high. As Wisconsin Democrats enter this new chapter with new leadership, know that you have a friend in this Wisconsinite on the DNC. The DNC is proud to be a partner with all of you as we strengthen our party, show up for communities, and forge the path to victory in 2026. Thank you, Wisconsin Democrats, for all that you have accomplished thus far, and thank you for your partnership in the important work ahead of us. Let's keep fighting, let's keep organizing, and let's keep reminding the country that what happens in Wisconsin doesn't stay in Wisconsin. It shapes the future of our democracy. Thank you.
Please welcome back to the stage Election Commission Chair Haben Goydam.
Hello again, Democrats. I want to acknowledge that in this moment we are all struggling in such profound ways under this authoritarian regime. I know I feel it personally very acutely, being from a so-called banned country of Eritrea. But I also want to say, how can we not be hopeful in this moment when you've just heard from our amazing officers, Kim, Randy, Felicia, Tricia, Jason, and of course, the indomitable Ben Wickler. I do not have the words to express how his leadership has reshaped this party and put us in a position to be a winning juggernaut that other states look towards. He has worked tirelessly, his family has worked tirelessly, and the sacrifices they have made to put us in this position are profound. So I would like to express my deep, deep gratitude to Ben and his whole family. And what he has shown us and what our leadership team has shown us is that this party runs on people standing up and stepping up, everyday people, every one of you in this room and every candidate that's on this ballot. And so now we will turn to the key moment in this election. We will hear from the candidates running to be our next chair. These folks have put their hands up to lead us forward, to organize, unite, and build upon the extraordinary platform that they now have. They are fighting for our shared values, and so I'd like us to please give them our full attention and a very warm welcome as they share their vision for the future of our party. Now, pursuant to the rules, because I'm the rules person, each candidate will be allowed a total of 5 minutes for nominating, seconding, and candidate speeches. When the 5 minutes are reached, the microphone will be cut. The speaking order and ballot order was determined on May 28th by a lottery. Each candidate was invited to attend the speaking and ballot order selection process, and a recording was provided for those who could not attend. Voting for chair will begin at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning in the Grand Ballroom and will conclude at 1 p.m. Any delegates in line by 1 p.m. will be permitted to vote. Now let's begin the nominating process with speeches for chair. Thank you.
Please welcome William Garcia.
Hello, everyone. As our past vice chair has, or first chair has said, our chairs, or the people who lead our party, are very important. And I can tell you that I have seen William Garcia speak to power, like last year when he was speaking and he to the admin committee, and he wanted to make sure everybody in every CD had representation. And so I am here tonight to nominate William Garcia as chair of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin. Thank you.
Hi, I had a speech, but the iPad just locked. Hi, my name is Solana Patterson Ramos. I am chair of the Latino Caucus for the Democratic Party, and as well as the chair of the vice chair of Young Democrats of Wisconsin. I am honored to second William Garcia for chair of the Wisconsin Democratic Party. He is someone who listens and knows that he is someone who definitely listens to every single Wisconsinite and knows what is needed for everyone. He listens with conviction, he listens with intention, and he has the background with rural communities to make sure that every single Wisconsinite is listened to. The other part is that he listened to the young people. He listens and brought them into his area or into his chapter. He is just a person that I've looked up to, and he has done a lot of work for me within the Latino caucus. And I just want to make sure that he is supported very well. Thank you.
Hello, Wisconsin Democrats. My name is William Garcia. I'm chair of the 3rd Congressional District, co-chair of the La Crosse County Democratic Party, and secretary-treasurer of the DPW Latino Caucus. I am a lifelong educator, a proud union member, and a fierce advocate for democratic ideals. I stand before you to ask for the opportunity to lead this incredible, vibrant community of organizers, activists, and volunteers. Because of you and thousands of Democrats like you across the state, Democrats have moved from the brink of irrelevancy to a hair's breadth away from winning every branch of Wisconsin's government. And yes, I'm going to call it right now. In 17 months, we will retain the governor's office, flip the legislature, and win the 2026 trifecta. We are going to win because we have one thing the Republican Party cannot match, and that is you. At the heart of everything we do are the county parties and volunteers. Commercials are important. Social media is vital. But at the end of the day, it is your hard work, dedication, and passion that flips votes and wins elections. We will win because of this community. And we will win because Democrats have the policies Wisconsinites want, while Republicans do nothing but service the uber-rich. We have the enthusiasm. Democrats and progressives are rallying thousands and thousands of people across Wisconsin, while Republicans are so ashamed of their policies that it's scared of their constituents that they won't even talk to their voters. In the 3rd CD, Derek Van Orden has not held a public event in 2025 and instead spends all of his time attacking his own constituents from the safety of his computer screen. And how will we win? Grow, persist, resist. As chair, I will grow the party by strengthening and enhancing our county parties and giving them the tools, resources, information, and training you need to do your work effectively. County parties need the support to welcome new members and organize new voters to the Democratic side. Building local parties means talking to voters everywhere and winning votes everywhere. We will expand the electoral fight to every county in the state, red or blue, rural or urban. Our community is our superpower, and the path to victory is making our communities stronger. We will also grow the party by expanding Young Democrats of Wisconsin and College Democrats of Wisconsin. I am proud to have earned the endorsement of so many of our young and college leaders because they know that when I say I've got your back, I've got your back. We're also going to persist. I'm going to do everything that DPW has done to make this the greatest county, to make this the greatest state party in the country. We're going to keep fundraising. We're going to keep a national media focus on Wisconsin. And we're going to fight. We're going to resist. I will be the loudest voice in this state against the Republican agenda and Trump policies that are hurting.
Please welcome Devin Remaker.
As chair of the Democratic Party of Manitowoc County, I'm proud to nominate a native son, Devin Remaker, for chair of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin. Devin has supported our county party, and I've seen firsthand how effective he can be. Even recently, he took the time to help raise funds and keep our office open year-round. That's the kind of partner we need leading our state party. Devin understands how to grow our party and win. I'm proud to support him and nominate him today.
If you're proud of how Wisconsin Democrats fight, don't thank me. Vote for Devin Remaker. For 6 years, he's been our executive director, our senior advisor, the person that I call when it seems impossible to go forward. When COVID hit, it was Devin who figured out how to organize virtually for absentee ballots. When they came to impeach Janet Protasewicz, it was Devin who made the plan to fight back. When Elon Musk came to town, it was Devin who figured out how to make it backfire. It's who he is. He's brilliant, he's an organizer, he's kind. He gets rural, he gets grassroots, he sees around corners, and he knows how to fight in a moment when we need a fighter. I am thrilled to enthusiastically nominate and second the nomination of Devin Remaker for chair of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin.
Thank you, Gene. Thank you, Ben. And there was a time in 2020 when I asked you to do something pretty crazy, which is change how the state party engaged in Supreme Court races. It's been the model for the future. And I asked you to do one thing: bet big to win big. You trusted me then like you trusted me now, and I will always be grateful for it. Thank you for believing in me and this party, Ben. You have given us 6 amazing years. Thank you. Now, there's some questions I'm hearing a lot out there. Why aren't Democrats fighting back? Where are our leaders? Why is this party broken? But here's the thing. Those people across the country, they aren't talking about Wisconsin. In Wisconsin, the Democratic Party works. Look at where we were 7 years ago. We did not have a majority on our court. The maps were rigged against us, and we were on the verge of supermajorities in both chambers. We only had 2 statewide elected Democratic officials. And look at us now. Governor Evers, Senator Tammy Baldwin, Lieutenant Governor Rodriguez, Attorney General Call, Secretary Godlewski, on the verge of majorities in both chambers and a majority on the Supreme Court. We fought our way back from oblivion in this state. Does that sound broken to you? That's why when people ask me, how are we going to fix it? I say we don't need to fix what isn't broken. We need to build on what works. And folks, we know what works. Success isn't an accident. Year-round organizing, showing up everywhere, fighting tooth and nail in every election, spring, fall, special, taking nothing for granted. Now is not the time to reset. Now is the time to double down. Now is the time to make sure that we are building a 72-county strategy that makes sure we are organizing effectively everywhere, we are messaging effectively everywhere, and building this party from the bottom up. Now is the time to make sure that we are looking at voters as voters, not as door knocks. It doesn't matter where we talk to. We can talk to them online, at a parade, at a farmer's market. We just need to talk to them. We also, without compromise, need to make clear that the Democratic Party's message is this: we are the party that fights for the working class. We are the party that will protect your rights and freedoms, and we are the party that will protect our democracy. Listen, we know this works. We've seen it. While national Democrats were rolling over, we rolled up our sleeves and got to work. I was proud to lead the people v. Musk. I was proud to help Susan Crawford bring home the victory and punch Elon Musk all the way out of the White House. But I'm not done yet. We are 18 months away from a trifecta. We are 18 months away from making history, and every second.
Please welcome Joe Zepecki.
Good evening. My name is Chandra, and I'm a proud daughter of immigrants who came to Wisconsin seeking the promise of America. Like most of you here, I've dedicated my life to electing Democrats in Wisconsin, as a volunteer, a college Democrat, and as a party staffer. What I learned this November is that a message can still hit flat, even when a woman who looks like me is at the top of the ticket. Modernizing our message has never been more important, and that's why we need a communicator who spent their entire career amplifying the voices of our communities. We need a leader with a strong vision for reconnecting with those left behind, because trust is not just built by a message, it's built by the messenger. And that's why I'm honored to nominate our friend, Joe Zepecki, to be the next chair of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin.
Hello, everybody. My name's Jim White. I'm chair of the Rock County Democratic Party. Woo. And I've worked to build this party as a volunteer, a neighborhood team leader, a campaign manager and staffer, and as an outspoken gay man who was fighting to build our seat at the table. And every part of these experiences has combined together to me to make sure that I just want to heartily second the endorsement of Joe Zepecki to be the next chair of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin. Rock County was the first stop on Joe's 2-month campaign to lead our party, and I know he recently surpassed 5,000 miles traveling across the entire state because he knows that the strength of our party doesn't just live in Madison and Milwaukee.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Chandra, and thank you, Jim. My name is Joe Zepecki, and I am ready to take on this challenge and to work my tail off every single day as your chair if I earn your support tomorrow. I'm in this race because of something I said on that very first day down in Rock County. Two things can be true at the same time, and in this case, they are. Ben and his team have done an incredible job strengthening our party. That is a fact. And it is also true at the same time that we have a ton of work to do as Democrats. We've lost to the most un-American person to ever occupy the White House 2 of the last 3 elections. Ron Johnson still represents us in the U.S. Senate. We can do better. We must do better. Now, I'm not interested in change for change's sake or in fixing what isn't broken, but it is clear to me we have very real challenges. We have to communicate better. Our party's brand is busted. Our messaging and communications aren't landing. We have to fine-tune our turnout and organizing operations. This will not be easy. Change never is. But I would not be asking for your support if I did not know in my bones we are capable of changing for the better. Capable of standing strong, even as the threat of authoritarianism rises, and even as the threat of political violence shakes us all. Now more than ever, we must keep the faith in the promise of this country, in true, real, actual American values. The rule of law, democracy, due process, equality, opportunity, fairness. We are holding on to hope for those values right now. In a lot of days, it seems like we're hanging on by a thread, but we're going to get through this together. On behalf of the ones we love, on behalf of the ones we have love for who we will never meet, we will stay engaged. If you are a union journey worker or apprentice trying to live your American dream, Democrats have your back. If you are a new American who fled tyranny only to find it rising here, Democrats have your back. If you're a single parent trying to do right by your kids or a young trans person trying to find your way, we have your back. Whatever zip code you call home, whatever color your skin, whatever bathroom you use, whoever you love, whatever God you pray to, we have your back. The Democratic Party of Wisconsin stands with you, and we believe in your American dream, and we will always have your back. And when we say that with our chest, we will win. Let's get to work.
When you're talking about what happened in Wisconsin politics over the last year, it's hard to avoid the elephant in the room. Or rather, the angry, ranting kleptocrat in the White House. But let's put him aside for now. We're all sick of hearing about him, and we're certainly sick of seeing him. So from here on, whenever we talk about him, we'll show a litter of adorable puppies instead. Feel better? I know I do. Here's something else that should make you feel better. Thanks to the tireless work of Wisconsin Democrats like you, we did a lot of winning this year. In November, we delivered a victory for Tammy Baldwin, re-electing her to another term in the U.S. Senate. In the U.S. House, we re-elected Representative Mark Pocan in the 2nd and Gwen Moore in the 4th Congressional District. And thanks to fair maps signed by Governor Evers and extraordinary work by candidates, our caucuses, our partners and allies, the union movement, and volunteers all over the state, we flipped 10 assembly seats from red to blue, leaving us just 5 seats shy of a majority. Meanwhile, over in the state Senate, we flipped 4 seats. We can now win a majority by picking up just 2 more. As for that one guy, oops, my bad. He won Wisconsin by a margin of less than 1%, the smallest victory in any of the states that voted for him. Because in Wisconsin, unlike most of the country, Democratic turnout in 2024 went up. But we weren't done yet. Just 5 months later, on April 1st of this year, still weary from a grueling general election, you helped re-elect Jill Underly to State Superintendent of Public Instruction and delivered a huge landslide victory for Judge Susan Crawford for the Wisconsin Supreme Court, ensuring a progressive majority on the court until at least 2028. And you did it by beating the richest man in the world and his billions. Actually, could we replace him too? So much better. And we couldn't have done any of this without the tireless support of our incredible county parties, our volunteers, our organizing superstars, and many, many wonderful candidates and state leaders and partners across Wisconsin, and yes, pets. You reached out to hundreds of thousands of voters at the doors, over the phone, with your friends and families, millions and millions of times, building connections and ensuring action in your communities around the state. Because of your grassroots power, we stopped MAGA from grabbing a Senate seat and a court majority, and we built a foundation for the elections to come. And you continue to make your voice heard at town halls and protests across the state. We can beat that guy in the White House and his minions, and that's exactly what we aim to do. It all starts now as we hit the road to 2026 and leave the politicians who refuse to uphold the Constitution, undermine the rule of law, attack freedom and democracy in the dust. As always, we do that one election at a time. With your help, we will continue to win fights across Wisconsin. Our next statewide election is on April 7th, 2026. Mark your calendar. That's when we have the chance to win another spot on the state Supreme Court. Conservative Justice Rebecca Bradley's seat is up for grabs. A win here will give us a 5-2 court majority. Then we set our sights on the midterms in November, and on flipping all 6 of Wisconsin's red U.S. House seats in the midterms, starting with the terrible Representative Derek Van Orden in the 3rd. We'll work to ensure that every statewide office is in Democratic hands. Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Attorney General, Secretary of State, and hey, isn't there a Republican state treasurer? Let's flip that one too. We'll continue our momentum in the state legislature by flipping at least 2 seats in the state Senate and 5 seats in the state assembly to get those majorities at last. Imagine a world where we can hand Assembly Speaker Robin Vos his walking paper, and in 2027, pass the great uniting ideas that have been in each of Governor Evers' budgets into law. And let's not forget all the other races up and down the ballot, from county boards to school boards. If you've ever thought of running for office, now is your chance. In 2018, Governor Evers ran on a promise to fix the damn roads. In 2022, he was re-elected after, he fixed them. Now, let's fuel up for the road to 2026. If we've learned anything as Wisconsin Democrats, it's that when we fight, we win. Let's roll up our sleeves and pave that road blue. On Wisconsin.
Please welcome back to the stage, Chair Ben Wickler.
Thank you. Let's give another round of applause to our terrific candidates for chair and our newly elected first vice chair and second vice chair and re-elected state treasurer and state secretary. A huge round of applause for these leaders stepping up to work in this party. We're grateful for your service and for your being ready to serve. This is my last chair report at a state party convention as the chair of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin. And serving as your chair has been the honor of a lifetime. We've been through so much together. But I want to zero in on this specific moment, because right now, if you're experiencing this anything like the way I'm experiencing it, and so many people I talk to, it can feel almost paralyzing in the drumbeat of horrors. And the paradox of this moment is that below the surface, at the same time, we have an extraordinary and urgent opportunity to build something better. So I want to use this last address to speak to this moment of crisis and to that opportunity and what we have to do to turn the crisis into the kind of opportunity that can change lives. The crisis blares through on our phones. You have to turn your notifications off. It seems like every moment there's a new headline, there's a new bleep. Every screen that glows is telling you about some horrible thing that if you were involved in trying to stop Project 2025 from becoming reality, you saw this coming. But for so many people who didn't tune in last year, maybe people who voted for Trump because they thought he'd bring down prices, this is a shock. It's a moment of shock. And even if we saw it coming, it's at least as bad as we imagined. It might be worse. The big, horrible bill, the ripping healthcare away from 10+ million people to give a multi-trillion-dollar tax cuts to the people who already have everything. The evisceration of so much of our government, from basic science to foreign aid, including research on cancer, control for infectious diseases. This will cause millions of deaths. Some studies find that hundreds of thousands of people have probably already died. There's food that was grown by Wisconsin farmers to feed the hungriest people in the world that was left to rot in warehouses after Elon Musk destroyed USAID. It is a disgrace. And then there's the battering ram attempt to turn our precious democracy into a dictatorship, arresting judges, including Judge Hannah Dugan in Wisconsin, arresting members of Congress, including Senator Padilla in California, sending in troops to US cities, threatening to arrest governors, including a threat against our own governor, secret police refusing to identify themselves, abducting peaceful residents, including American citizens and lawful immigrants who've been here working for years, banishment to foreign gulags, threats against the judicial system, betrayals of our allies, and the embrace of America's adversaries. All of this is happening now. And we know what's worse is that this is just the beginning. In a moment like this, it can feel weird to turn off your phone or turn off your TV and walk outside and the sun is still shining and the birds are still singing and people are going about their daily lives. It's almost hard to contain it all in your mind, the fact that this is all still happening. But if you submerge yourself in the news and in the headlines, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel crushing, it can be distracting, it can be hard to focus on things you know you have to do, and it can be hard to imagine how anything that you can do could possibly make a difference in the face of all that darkness. That is, until you remember what you've already done as a Wisconsin Democrat. Because folks, all of us, we've been here before. You've been here before. You're in this state. You maybe lived in Wisconsin at the moment when Scott Walker came in. And immediately, just like now, started that hammer blow, day after day of attacks, when he attacked and smashed unions, when he rigged our maps, when he suppressed votes across the state, targeting black voters and young voters most of all. You might have been here 8 years ago when Trump was elected, when that first time he was promising so many of the evils that now he is gleefully carrying out, starting with attacks on healthcare. Or 5 years ago, when Trump refused to concede defeat and sent a furious, violent mob to attack the United States Capitol and rob the American people of their vote. Wisconsin Democrats, at every one of those junctures, you fought on. You did it by digging deep. I've been on this journey with you as chair of this party since 2019, and I've seen it firsthand. I've seen how you organize and how you communicate year-round in every zip code across the state. I've seen how you work through the most painful setbacks, and we've had setbacks, and then you come back to learn, to recommit, and to rejoin the fight. I've seen how you rise above those who seek to divide us. I've seen how you find common cause with people who might not agree on many things, but agree on what matters most. I've seen how you come back and come back and come back until we win and we win and we win. Wisconsin Democrats, we've seen this movie before, and we write the ending. We've seen all this. We've seen all this in the last year alone. Think about our last convention, June of 2024. How much has happened since then? That summer, that mind-bending summer, as Republicans descended on Milwaukee, as our nominee passed the torch to our new nominee, we organized and defeated a Republican power grab in constitutional amendments last August. We fought and we won in that election last August. We went on to November, and even as we fell heartbreakingly short in the presidential race, we sent our great champion, Tammy Baldwin, back to DC for another 6 years to fight for all of us. And in a year when down ballot, Democrats had a tough time. Democrats lost their trifecta in neighboring states like Minnesota, nearly lost in Minnesota, and lost in Michigan, and so many places. We flipped 14 state legislative seats on our hard-won fair maps. We did that in the last year alone. The most gains of any state for Democrats in a state legislature were in Wisconsin because of you in every zip code in this state. But we did fall short in the presidential race. But then we didn't just leave. Instead, we dug deep. We went into listening mode and analyzing mode. We went into learning mode. Our amazing staff, led by our great executive director, Sarah Abel, conducted listening sessions all over the state of Wisconsin. To everyone who was part of one of those listening sessions, I want to thank you for taking your time to offer your learning. Our number crunchers pored over every piece of data they could find, every piece of information they could get their hands on. Across Wisconsin, we sought to understand what had worked and what hadn't. What should never have been done, what should have been done more, what things we should continue, and then within months, before anyone else had a statewide election, we put those lessons into practice. Wisconsin Democrats, in those months, those heartbreaking, challenging months after the 2024 election, you have done more to restore faith in the possible future of American democracy than people in any other state, because of your work in the spring election that resonated across the globe. When you knocked on doors and called the phones of millions of people, 10 million moments of outreach in all in those short months, you affirmed that we simply refuse to give up. When you joined Susan Crawford in taking on the world's richest man, you demonstrated with your actions, with your eloquent footsteps in every neighborhood in Wisconsin, that this state cannot be bought. When you turned out and brought your friends and your neighbors with you, when Susan Crawford racked up 1.3 million votes, which, to be clear, is more votes not just than any previous Supreme Court candidate, it's more votes than any Republican candidate in a November election for governor has ever earned in the state of Wisconsin. When you did that, you showed that the fight for our state and our country is not only not over, it's only just begun. You showed the world. Each day now, we read the news, and because Trump is still in office, it can feel like nothing's working. And I'm sorry, the truth is he's likely to be in office all the way until 2029. That is bad news. And it might feel like nothing is making a difference because he's still there. But if you look under the hood, and there is good news, the good news is that what we are doing, it is working right now. We are changing and learning and adapting. We are organizing and we are accelerating. In Wisconsin and now across the country, Democrats are winning, and we're winning big. Every county in this state swung towards Democrats from last fall to this spring, and this is just the start. It is working. Democrats, it is working. In court, Trump is losing. In the court of public opinion, his approval ratings are falling apart on every single issue, including immigration. Trump is now more disapproved than he is approved. And the Republicans, like the Republican members of Congress or the Republican members of our state legislature who are standing with Trump at this moment, have lashed themselves to an anchor that is sinking to the bottom of the sea. We are holding them accountable, and we can feel the energy surge. You could see it if you open your phone today in the protests across the state and across the country. You can feel the energy in this room. You can feel the blue wave. You can feel the righteous, furious blue wave, a blue wave grounded in love for this country's highest ideals, ideals we've never achieved but that are still our North Star, fueled by the conviction that this country should work for working people, for all of us, and not just the billionaires, that freedom and dignity should be every American's birthright, not a privilege for those chosen by people like Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. You can feel that blue wave of justice and progress that swept into view on April 1st here in the Badger State, beginning to sweep across the country, because we are the ones driving that wave. Wisconsin, you are called. Wisconsin Democrats, you're called to win that Supreme Court race next year and expand the pro-democracy majority. We can win that fight. You're called to recruit friends to run for office or run for office yourself, to sweep local offices in every county, school boards, and common councils all across Wisconsin in the spring of 2026. You're called to help find candidates in every legislative district in the Assembly and in the Senate to run for office and to win every statewide office and majorities in both chambers in 2026. This is our time. You're called to take on Derek Van Orden, and Brian Stile, and Tom Tiffany, and Scott Fitzgerald, and Glenn Grothman, and Tony Weed. You're called to flip the U.S. House majority and make Hakeem Jeffries the next U.S. House Speaker. You're going to make that happen. The path to the House majority runs through Wisconsin. And while we're doing all that, yes, we're going to keep on holding Ron Johnson accountable because he is embarrassingly bad and has no place holding Russ Feingold's Senate seat in the United States Capitol. We're taking him on too. Here in Wisconsin, we win the trifecta in 2026. And in 2027, at last, we have the chance to pass the policies that Governor Evers has championed throughout his career, throughout his governorship, and write them into law. My belief is that the only true measure of our work is the impact it has on people's lives. Not the doors that we knock, not the dollars we raise, not even the votes that we earn or the elections we win. All those things are a means to an end. Those are a means to the end of making life better for people. What counts in the end is how, by electing true public servants to wield the awesome power of government in the public interest, we make a difference. And what we do now in 2025, on this road to 2026, opens the door to that change that makes it all worthwhile in 2027, when we repeal Act 10, when we repeal right to work, when we restore prevailing wage, when we make this a state where work, not wealth, holds the place of honor, when we fund our public schools and childcare from pre-K to K-12 through our great universities and ensure that every kid in our state has a fair shot, when we stop out-of-state financiers from buying up and shutting down nursing homes and hospitals, when we expand Badger Care, when we take seriously our state's health, including mental health, when we combat racism and hatred and bigotry of all kinds by lifting everyone up in every community, in every zip code, in every tribal nation, and when we restore and protect democracy in the state that flips nationwide elections and put in place laws and perhaps a constitutional amendment to end partisan gerrymandering forever. We can do that in Wisconsin. And when we do that, in this country, elections are not run from Washington, D.C. Elections are run by state governments. So when you have someone like Donald Trump who wants to end American democracy, but we elect people like Tony Evers who defend American democracy, then Trump's dictator car runs into a Wisconsin-shaped brick wall. When we defend democracy here, we prevent an authoritarian breakthrough nationwide. And we know this from experience, because for the last 6 years, Governor Evers' veto pen has been more powerful than all the waves and the hordes of anti-democratic henchmen that Trump can throw at our state, from the fake electors to the fake elector enthusiasts in the Wisconsin state legislature. And as Governor Evers has shown, that same pen can be used to sign progress into law. So this is the path out of this moment of crisis. It's a breakthrough of renewal and democracy from the grassroots into state governments like Wisconsin's on the road to 2026. Next year is a fork in the road. On one side, it goes over a cliff. On the other side is a road leading up to the mountaintop. And Wisconsin Democrats, your hands are on the wheel. If we do this, Trump's attempt to ravage America falls when a check on his power arrives in a Democratic majority in 2027 in the US House. He won't be a king, he'll be a lame duck. But we know that we're not just the party of saying no to the GOP. We know that when we win, we'll have a giant to-do list, and we can't merely go back to what existed before. We've seen in the last couple of decades more toggling between parties in the White House and in the House and in the Senate than at almost any other time in American history. And I think that means that voters are telling us something, which is that the status quo is not working. It is not enough. What's happening now is not normal, but what was once normal is not okay. This can't be a country run by the few for their own benefit. It has to work for all of us. It can't be a country stuck in yesterday's hatreds and division. It has to be a place where we come together to build tomorrow. Today, the 250th-ish Flag Day, we in this room, by this banner that represents the unity of our states that went from 13 stripes to 50 stars, we have seen and we know in our hearts that we can meet every challenge when we do it together. And Wisconsin Democrats, you're the heroes of this story. You're the heartbeat of this state. So I want to thank you in my closing moments of my last chair's address as your state party chair for 6 years of fighting side by side for a state that lifts up everyone. And I want to thank you in advance because I know that you will never give up that fight and that we will win. Thank you so much, Democratic Party of Wisconsin. Let's go forward together. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage State Superintendent Jill Underly.
Thank you so much. Before we begin, as the first elected to speak, I just want to hold space for the heaviness of the events today and the emotional weight, and just acknowledge the horrific assassination of Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, and the attempted murder of State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Yvette. We grieve with their families and condemn this violence without hesitation. And this is what happens when leaders use dangerous rhetoric to turn public servants into targets, and then deny their role when the violence comes. It's cowardly, it's un-American, and we must say with one voice, enough. We're better than this, and we must act like it. So thank you. I just wanted to acknowledge the feelings that everybody has going in. So. I also want to just thank you all. Thank you so much, every organizer, every canvasser, every volunteer, every voter who poured their heart into the spring election, not just for me, but for Susan Crawford, for school board champions, for pro-public education candidates up and down the ballot. You showed up. You worked hard. You believed. And because of you, we won. But more importantly, we are building momentum, and now we carry it forward. We are living through a reckoning a moment of truth for our public institutions, for our kids, for our values. Public education is under attack. It's under relentless pressure from manufactured culture wars, from chronic underfunding, and now from attempts from the federal government to dismantle programs that support our most vulnerable students. And yet, every day, educators, support staff, principals, bus drivers, and families are holding the line. They are the calm in the storm. They are keeping the doors open, the meals served, the classrooms safe, and the kids learning. And to all of them, thank you. We see you, we need you, and we've got your back. Now we need to stand together. We need to stand up for kids. We need to stand up for truth, to stand up against the idea that equity is optional or partisan, because equity is not a favor. It's a promise. It's not charity. It's justice. And we make that promise to every child, no matter their zip code, their language, their disability, their story. And so let me take you up another level to the federal role in education. Too often we talk about it in bureaucratic terms, right? Funding formulas, compliance, assessments. But what if we reimagined it all together? What if we dared to dream about what the federal government could be and should be, not just as a regulator, but as a real partner? Couldn't it be the force that ensures that no child in this country goes without quality child care, or a healthy meal, or safe transportation? Couldn't it be the partner that makes sure school staff, from classroom aides to bus drivers to nurses, are paid for their expertise and their care? Couldn't it guarantee every child has access to after-school enrichment, mental health care, and opportunity to thrive? I mean, what would that look like for our kids, for their families, and for our communities? We don't have to imagine it from scratch. I mean, we've seen federal governments step up before when states failed to protect kids. Nearly 70 years ago now, when 9 brave black children walked up the steps of Central High School in Little Rock, Arkansas, they didn't walk alone. The crowd had jeered, but the governor also sent troops to block their path. But then the president, the federal role stepped in. The President Eisenhower, sent in the 101st Airborne to walk with them. And that moment wasn't just about bravery. It was about what happens when the federal government and the states work together to uphold justice. That's the America that I believe in. The one where collaboration doesn't mean the compromise of values. It means the multiplication of them. Now, I've spent my life in that liminal space between policy and people, between classrooms and committee rooms. I've been a teacher, I'm a mom, I'm your state superintendent, and I've seen what happens when we invest in children. And I've seen what happens when we don't. And I've met teachers working second jobs just to stay in the profession they love. I've listened to children translating medical instructions for their parents because there's no interpreter to be provided. I've met mothers, strong, proud mothers, too afraid to ask for help because they weren't sure if they were allowed to. These are not isolated stories. They are warnings, they are truths, they are our shared responsibility. So I'll say this as plainly as I can. If they come for the children, if they come to defund our schools, to dismantle their supports, to turn our classrooms into battlegrounds, they will find me in the way. I will not step aside. I will not look away, and I know I am not alone because I know that every person in this room, every Democrat who believes in justice, in dignity, in the basic decency of caring for children, you're in the way too. And that's exactly where you belong. Their future is our future. Let's fight for it. Let's build it. Let's prove that we are the party that shows up when it matters most. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Secretary of State Sarah Godlewski.
Well, hello, Wisconsin Democrats. It is so great to be here with you all tonight, and this is the exact energy that I am talking about when I talk about Wisconsin Democrats. So I was driving here this morning and I was thinking about how I am so sick and tired of the press treating the Democratic Party like we are somehow lost in the wilderness and we will never win an election again. And I keep thinking, did these folks completely forget about Wisconsin Democrats? Yes, I know, we lost the big prize in November. And yeah, it hurts. But out of the last 20 statewide elections, we've won 16. I would say that is far from being lost in the woods, folks. And let's be real. While DC insiders are busy tweeting their hot takes or publishing their next think piece on how to win Wisconsin, we're actually rolling up our sleeves and doing the work. We're knocking on doors, we're making phone calls, we're texting our neighbors, and we're traveling the state. We're showing up to brat fries, union yards, and farm fields. Because here in Wisconsin, we don't just talk the talk. We walk the walk. And you want the receipts? We got them. Last year, we re-elected Senator Tammy Baldwin. Our legislative Democrats took more seats than any other caucus in the entire country. And we won, or better said, we crushed our Supreme Court election by 10 points, despite Elon Musk treating our election like it's for sale to the highest bidder. So, next time somebody asks what Democrats are doing in Wisconsin, you just tell them we're winning. And we are also cleaning up messes by the Republicans. And that's not just a metaphor. You know, I think about my own time right now in elected office. First, they tried to eliminate the state treasurer's office. And then, when I walked into my office, they gave me a pay-as-you-go flip phone in the basement without any internet. But you know what? We didn't just survive. We delivered. We kept families in their homes and off the foreclosure list. We created the first ever taxpayer transparency report, and we delivered hundreds of millions of dollars for public schools while investing in our Wisconsin communities. And then I became your Secretary of State. And I walked into an office and witnessed the GOP destruction that was basically defunding my office. There were boxes of records that were piled up all over the place. They were still using a seal from 1881. There were virtually no systems. And I can't make this up, but you couldn't even pay with a credit card. But we didn't let the Republicans stop us. We cleared backlogs that were holding up adoption and business growth. We digitized records and created an online database. And now we offer online services. And yes, your Secretary of State now accepts credit cards. Hello, 21st century. And look, this work might not make the headlines, but it's this kind of work that puts Wisconsinites first. And speaking of headlines, apparently the Trump-Musk bromance is over. Might have heard about that. But the hangover is very, very real here in Wisconsin. We have seen how Trump and Musk are playing demolition derby with our democracy. Their so-called DOGE effort, or what I like to call the Department of Government Egomaniacs, has been busy burning things down, but here in Wisconsin, Democrats are building it back up. In case it, yeah, we can clap for that. Case in point, Governor Evers' budget. It puts Wisconsin families first. It removes lead pipes that are poisoning our kids. It expands healthcare access to 100,000 more Wisconsinites. It supports working families with lower child care costs while investing in our public education. And what did Robin Vos do when the governor introduced his budget? He deleted 600 items in one swoop. No discussion, no debate, gone. And just when you thought it couldn't get worse, here comes Donald Trump with his big, beautiful bill. Spoiler, it's not beautiful, it's bullshit. It slashes Medicaid and guts federal funding for our rural hospitals. It rips food assistance from 100,000 Wisconsin families, including hungry kids. And all while making it even easier for billionaires to game the system and cash in on the biggest tax break of their lives. But don't worry, Senator Ron Johnson's on the case. He says he's going to oppose the bill because apparently the cuts aren't deep enough for Wisconsinites. They're just not suffering enough for his liking. This guy is so out of touch, he makes you think he's spending more time in his vacation home in Florida than actually talking to Wisconsinites. And it's not right. But thankfully, not everyone in power is selling us to the highest bidder. We have champions like Senator Tammy Baldwin, Congresswoman Gwen Moore, Congressman Mark Pocan, leaders who actually give a damn and fight like hell for Wisconsin. But they can't do it alone, and we have to have their back. And this is why I am so excited to be your first vice chair of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin. I believe we can actually fire people up, not just about what we're fighting against, but what we're fighting for. Together, we're going to build real relationships with local leaders, elected officials, and neighbors who are keeping our communities strong. We're going to organize all year long, not just when the ballot drops, but every single day in between. We're going to use social media to break through the noise, to educate, to inspire, and to remind folks that they belong in this fight with us. And we're going to show up everywhere. Not just where Democrats already win, but where Wisconsinites hang out, whether that's on job sites, at stadiums or our favorite Friday night fish fries. Because democratic politics, it's a team sport. And we don't win alone, we win together, fueled by our grit, empowered by people like you. And we have to recognize a person who's helped lead this change here in Wisconsin. Ben Wickler, wherever you are back there, I just want to thank you for what you've done. You've led this party with heart, with strategy, and with relentless optimism. So thank you so much, Ben. So Wisconsin, let's carry that spirit forward, because anybody who says Democrats are lost clearly hasn't been to Wisconsin. And in 2026, it will be here before we know it. We've got to re-elect Governor Tony Evers. We've got a legislature to flip to make sure Diane Hesselbein and Greta Neubauer can be our majority leaders. We've got a Supreme Court seat to win by electing Judge Chris Taylor to the bench. So, we can't sit back. Wisconsin Democrats, are you ready to win? Let's do this, Wisconsin. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Attorney General Josh Kaul.
Hello, Democrats. It is great to be here. And let me start by just saying this. Ben Wickler, what an incredible run. It is great to be here at the convention of the strongest state political party in the United States of America. Thank you, Ben Wickler, for everything you've done to make that happen. And it is good to be here to talk about what is going right in Wisconsin and how we are moving in the right direction in this state. But we also need to talk about how we are very much heading in the wrong direction in the national scene, in Washington, D.C. But let's first start with what's going on here in Wisconsin. Just think about what we have accomplished in the last few years. In Wisconsin, ballot drop boxes are back. Abortion access is in place, and soon we will have a ruling from our state Supreme Court on that issue. This last year, for the first time in over a decade, we had elections with fair maps in the state of Wisconsin. And what a difference that made. And what do you think about that spring election we just had in Wisconsin? The elections that we've had in the springs recently have gone so well, this is true, that Derek Van Orden called for eliminating spring elections altogether. That's one approach. But look, we could spend a lot of time celebrating those and other great accomplishments here in Wisconsin, because the reality is there is a lot going right here. But it is also the case that there is a lot going in the wrong direction in Washington, D.C. that we need to talk about and we need to fight back against. We have an administration in Washington, D.C. that is putting working families to the side. We have all seen what's happened with Elon Musk and his Doge team jumping around from agency to agency. And let me start by just saying this point. Donald Trump's campaign for president was a bait and switch on the American people. It really was. You remember Donald Trump was going to lower prices when he got into office? Do you remember that Donald Trump was going to end the war in Ukraine within 24 hours, or maybe even before he got into office? And during his campaign, Donald Trump said that he didn't know anything about Project 2025. He disavowed it. And what we know now is that Project 2025 was a blueprint for this administration. In some cases, the Trump administration's agenda has been so extreme that they have gone beyond Project 2025. And we are now seeing the effects of that extremism. Public health funding has been recklessly slashed. Access to educational opportunities has been reduced. The Trump administration has made it harder to hold people accountable for corruption and for scams. Let's be clear, they're not draining the swamp, they are flooding it. And this administration has been devastating for our standing abroad. Donald Trump has made common cause with dictators, and he has turned his back on our allies. All of that and so much more is deeply concerning. But there's also a bigger picture here that we need to talk about, which is when you step back and look at this administration, what we see is memo by memo, order by order, intimidation by intimidation tactic. We have an administration that is attacking the fundamental values on which this country was founded. The values that have made us the most successful country in the history of the world. Those values are under attack from Donald Trump. I mean, he is claiming powers for the president, like ignoring court precedent, ignoring acts passed by Congress, that would have been unimaginable to the founders of this nation. So let me say, I could not be prouder to be fighting back against the Trump administration. One of the most powerful tools we have now to protect the rule of law, to stand up for our Constitution, to defend critical programs, is litigation. And my administration right now is involved in 19 different multi-state lawsuits against the Trump administration. And while those cases are still ongoing, some of them have had a clear impact. Funding for AmeriCorps programs in Wisconsin and other states has been restored. Birthright citizenship, which Donald Trump attacked, his effort to attack that is on hold because of a court order that we won in one of those cases. And one case I want to talk about, because it so illustrates what's going on with this administration, is the Trump administration's cuts to funding for grants that the National Institutes of Health puts out for medical research. They went to cut about $65 million per year in grant funding at UW-Madison alone. But what I want you to think about is what that medical research does. This is research into deadly diseases like cancer and Alzheimer's. This is research that can help develop treatments and save lives. And there are families across this state and across this country that are dealing with a loved one who is facing an incredibly difficult illness. Those treatments are a lifeline. Families hope that the new treatment will work. And when sometimes it doesn't, they hope that the next treatment might be the one that will make a difference. Well, Donald Trump has said, that doesn't matter. I am going to cut funding for those kinds of treatments. Why? Well, because they're trying to make more money available for tax cuts for some of the richest people in this country. That is wrong, and I am proud to say those cuts have been blocked as well. Now look, the courts are a powerful tool as we work to fight back against the Trump administration. But the courts alone are not going to stop this administration. With a challenge of this magnitude to our Constitution, we need folks across this state and across this country to stand up for our values. We need folks to speak out. We need folks to help change public opinion. Is it easy? No, of course it's not easy. But I am hopeful. And I'll tell you why I'm hopeful. I am hopeful because this is not a country where we pledge allegiance to the president. This is a country where we pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands. This is a free nation. We don't subordinate ourselves. We aren't the subjects of a king in the United States, and we will always fight for our freedom in this state. I know that Wisconsin Democrats will always fight for our freedom. So my question for all of you is this. Are you ready to stand up for our values in Wisconsin? Yeah. Are you ready to speak out in favor of freedom in Wisconsin? Yeah. Then let's stay engaged. Please, those of you who are reaching out to your members of Congress, keep doing it. Ask your friends to do it. Let's stand up for our principles, and let's keep the democracy in this country strong. Thank you for everybody for all you're doing. forward in Wisconsin. Thank you.
Please welcome Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez.
Well, hello, Wisconsin Democrats. I'm Sarah Rodriguez, and I have the honor of serving as your Lieutenant Governor. And let me tell you, there is nothing like standing in a room filled with people who believe, as I do, that Wisconsin is worth fighting for. Everyone here, you're not just a member of the Democratic Party, you are the future of it. And you're showing up at exactly the right time, because our work has never mattered more. Before I go any further, I just want to take a moment to say welcome and thank you to the hundreds of new members and first-time delegates. It shows how much energy and enthusiasm there is in our party right now. And once again, if I haven't met you yet, I'm your Lieutenant Governor. And my story is probably pretty similar to many of you in this room. I'm the granddaughter of dairy farmers from Richland County, and the daughter of a working-class union household. My mom was a teaching assistant for children with special needs and a proud WEAC member. My dad was a veteran who fixed telephones for Wisconsin Bell. They didn't have a lot, but they raised all three of their kids to work hard, give back, and never back down when something's worth fighting for. And that's what I've tried to do in every role I've ever had. It's the honor of my life to be your Lieutenant Governor, but it was never my plan to run for office. As a wife, a working mom, a nurse, a small business owner, and a proud Wisconsinite, I saw a broken system and decided to do something about it. That's what led me to run for office. First, for the state assembly in 2020, when I saw too many politicians ignoring the very people they were elected to serve. And then to run for lieutenant governor beside Governor Evers to help lead our state. And with the help of each and every one of you in this room, I am so proud of what we've accomplished together. Even in the face of a radical legislature that has tried to halt progress every chance it gets. Together, we've worked to strengthen health care for families, veterans, children, and seniors, and worked to boost our healthcare workforce so every Wisconsinite can get the care that they need. I know better than anyone that nurses, doctors, and clinicians are the lifeblood of our state, and we need more of them here. Together, we've worked to strengthen our economy and lower the cost of living. Through the Lieutenant Governor's Small Business Academy, we've helped local entrepreneurs get started, stay open, and scale up to make sure they boost our local economies. We've fought to protect clean water, preserved public lands, and expanded clean energy jobs. Because in Wisconsin, conservation is common sense. But I also know that despite of all of that progress, we are under attack every day by a legislature that wants to put corporations ahead of Wisconsin families, by an unelected billionaire trying, unsuccessfully, to intervene in our elections, and by a president that has destroyed the rule of law, put our democracy in peril, and is hell-bent on wrecking our economy, driving up our debt, and taking away our health care. But here's what gives me hope. It's you. And every Wisconsinite I've met on the road, from Trempealeau to Two Rivers, from Racine to Rhinelander, what's clear, regardless of party, is that people are feeling nervous. People are scared. And they're looking for leadership that they can trust. I sat with a dairy farmer near Platteville who reminded me of my grandparents, quietly determined, fiercely proud, and now deeply worried. Not because he's changed, but because the country around him has. He's never been political. He's just trying his best to provide for his family in an industry that gets tougher and tougher to survive in every day. And for the first time in his life, he fears the people in power. That's not freedom. A mom in Appleton told me she works 2 jobs, but still can't afford the childcare she needs to stay in the workforce. She looked me in the eye and said, I feel like I'm doing everything right and still falling behind. In Madison, a veteran shared how worried he is that the benefits that he earned through his service will be slashed by the same politicians who claim to have his back. I talked to a group of seniors on fixed income in northern Wisconsin who are terrified that they're coming for their Social Security. And let's be honest, they are. And in Eau Claire, I met small business owners who are struggling because MAGA Republicans are more focused on culture wars than infrastructure and investment. Yes, people are worried. But more than anything, they're asking a simple question: who's fighting for me? I want them to know I am. I want them to know we are fighting for them. Like so many of you and so many of the people across this state I've met, I stand here today as someone deeply concerned about the direction of our country. But I also stand here more committed than ever to making sure Wisconsin does its part to fight back and protect the working families that are under attack by Donald Trump. And that's what Governor Evers and I are doing every single day. As a public health nurse, I've spent my career running towards the crisis, not running away, to be direct and to focus on the threat right in front of me. And I think we all know that the next several years will mark some of the greatest threats that our country has faced. Right now, we are dangerously close to losing the lines that separate democracy from dictatorship as Donald Trump weaponizes federal troops against our communities. Armed forces don't belong in our streets, at our protests, or outside our churches and schools. Let's be clear. Militarizing immigration is not about safety. It's about fear. It's about scaring people into silence and submission. But here's what I also know. Wisconsin has what it takes to meet this moment. We've done this before. We did it in 2023 when we elected Justice Janet Protasiewicz to the Wisconsin Supreme Court. We did it again in 2024 when we picked up 14 seats in the state legislature and re-elected Senator Tammy Baldwin. In 2026, we build on that momentum. We will fight back in the state capitol, holding the line and fighting for a budget and laws that protect Wisconsinites. We will fight back in the midterms to put a check on Donald Trump in Washington and here at home, just like we did when we elected Susan Crawford and defeated Elon Musk this spring. And we will fight back next year when we hold the governor's seat and flip the state assembly and the state senate. Those are the threats. Those are the opportunities. I know that everyone in this room has the strength and perseverance to take them on, to protect our state, and to fight back with truth, with values, and with votes. I don't know about you, but I'm not backing down. Not now, not ever. Because we all deserve a state where health care is a right, not a luxury. Where small businesses can grow and families can thrive. Where workers are respected and unions are protected. Where women have control over their own bodies. Where clean water isn't a zip code lottery, and where everyone, no matter who they are or where they come from, has a shot at a good life. That's the Wisconsin I'm fighting for. Let's move together. For my family, for your family, for Wisconsin. Thank you, Wisconsin Democrats.
Please welcome to the stage, Congressman Mark Pocan.
Hello, Wisconsin Democrats. How's my congressional district, the second CD, doing tonight? All right. And how's my adopted congressional district, the third district, doing tonight? All right. I spend a little time there, so I gotta give a shout out. All the other CDs, we love you too. It is great to be in a room with energized Democrats tonight. And to Ben Wickler, thank you, thank you, thank you for all your time as DPW chair. You've been amazing, and we look forward to seeing all the amazing that you are yet to do. Let's hear it for Ben again tonight. I'm sure you've heard the saying, may you live in interesting times, right? It's a Chinese curse, but it's never been more true than now. Think about it. Today, we had a military parade in Washington, D.C. for President Trump's birthday that only Kim Jong-un or Vladimir Putin could rival. But we also had over 2,000 No Kings rallies across the country. But these are scary times. Donald Trump regularly is thumbing his nose at the presidency and the American people. His attacks on social norms are unprecedented, and people are afraid of what will happen every single day. And look, I can tell you this about Donald Trump. There is one thing that Donald Trump cares about above all else: Donald Trump. And he will always figure out a way to enrich himself no matter what he's supposed to be doing. Which is why the holy grail of his presidency is the tax breaks for the wealthy. For those who could afford to belong to Mar-a-Lago, that's above all else, the big, ugly bill. Sure, he'll add trillions to the debt, but he figures he won't be around to be paying that. And yes, he'll cut health care for 16 million people, food assistance for 11 million people, and education funding for millions as well. He'll even cut Medicare $500 billion because he needs that money for the tax breaks for Elon Musk and his campaign donors. Can you imagine how awful you have to be to cut health care from Medicaid for 1 out of 3 kids in our state? For 45% of the adults with disabilities living independently, and 55% of our seniors living in nursing homes, like my mom in her final years. The Congressional Budget Office has estimated that the bottom 30% of people are going to pay more under this bill so that the wealthiest can pay less. And in addition to those cuts, you're also going to pay with his indiscriminate use of tariffs that he's also using to pay for that tax bill. Trump's tariff policy has no plan or focus. He throws tariffs around indiscriminately like a monkey at the zoo throws its dung. You never know where it's going to hit, but you know it's going to be messy. Look, we know who's paying these tariffs. We do. But he needs that revenue for he and Elon Musk tax cuts. And there's a whole lot more bad going on with this administration, from his inhumane ICE arrests and deportations to his firing of federal employees. He is trying to make America Mar-a-Gulago. And as elected official, I'm going to tell you, I feel what you feel. The anger, the sadness, the pissed offedness. I share all of those feelings every single day. So what do? Well, when we fight, we win. And we need to fight harder than we ever have had to fight before. I'm fighting back by doing public town halls in swing Republican districts where Republicans are just too chicken to do them on their own. I think I've done 4 in or around Derek Van Orden's 3rd district. That guy has never, ever done an in-person town hall. And he's become the KFC of the congressional delegation. So why am I doing these? Well, it shows that the GOP's big, ugly bill doesn't pass the Wisconsin common sense smell test. Look, if their bill was as good as they say, they would be up on the rooftops screaming about it. Instead, they're hiding in their basements. And that defies common sense, and it exposes the bullshit that they're shoveling. But I know we need to do more. So let me offer 3 things that we can do. First, litigation. We can support the groups doing the litigation against the president because we're winning in the courts, because the rule of law is upheld. Our nation's founders were wise in setting up the checks and balances with our legal system, and there's been over 250 lawsuits that have been introduced against Donald Trump's illegal actions, and we've had over 184 positive adjudications against him. And he caves. He is the caver in chief. He folds like a cheap chair. We are winning when it comes to litigation, and we have to support those groups that are doing litigation. Can we do that? Second, we need to fight back with communication. Look, that's not just misinformation that's out there. It is disinformation that is out there. And we have to use our social media like we never have to get the truth out in front of people. Last November, independent voters, 45% of them said they didn't get their information from traditional mainstream media. So we have to get the truth out there with our social media. Can we do that? And finally, we need to fight back electorally. Wisconsin sent the biggest message in November with those April elections. That Supreme Court election, look, it wasn't that we won a Supreme Court race and put a great person in to be the next Supreme Court justice. And it wasn't that we won by 10 points at a state where you normally win by 1. The real story was the turnout. People expected a normal spring primary turnout, but thanks to all of you, it was anything but normal. All the models were blown away as we had turnout close to mid-level congressional election turnout, and that was the real story of the election. Why? People wanted to be heard. People felt outraged over Trump and Musk and what they're doing, and we showed the country and the world that a purple state was fighting back, and we didn't just win, we kicked conservative ass. Litigation, communication, and elections. When we fight, we win. When we fight with litigation, we win. When we fight with communication, when we fight with elections, we win. Let's go win Wisconsin for the sake of the country. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Congresswoman Gwen Moore.
I just want to pause for just pause for a brief second, y'all. I just want to pause and give honor to the Ho-Chunk Nation, the people, the original settlers of this beautiful land. And I definitely just want to take a deep breath and remember our brothers and sisters in Minnesota. I've checked in with all of our counterparts in Minnesota, in Congress, and they're doing well. But you know what, y'all? This will not prevail. We gonna win. Well, I'm gonna tell you something, Wisconsin Dems. Happy No King's Day of Defiance. Oh, yeah. I'm going to tell you, after the last few weeks of literal all-nighters fighting the big bounty for billionaires bill, or the We're All Gonna Die Tax Act of 2025, it feels real good to be back with my people here in the big, beautiful Dells. Oh, yeah. You know, and although it ain't easy to follow my brother from another mother, Mark Pocan, you know, he's a man with magic on his side. You ever seen his magic tricks? It ain't easy to follow him, but I just want to regale the service of another man in the room who knows a thing or two about pulling a rabbit out of his hat. Our retiring chair, Ben Wickler, y'all. I'm gonna tell you, the work that Chair Wickler has done to build the Wisconsin Democratic Party, transform the court and the state Senate and Assembly, and to win statewide has been miraculous to behold. I mean, he mapped out how to build everywhere, year-round, how to inspire us to cobble together our small donations. For indeed, as the old African proverb declares, together the ants eat the elephant. Oh, yeah. You won't, thank God that the theme of this convention is Road to 2026. Because Lord knows no one here needs to recap 2024 and the disastrous consequences and horrors that loss has ushered in for Americans the last 150 days or so. But who's counting? You know, I don't know about y'all, but when I get on the road to 2026, I want to know where I'm going. And you too, right. And the first thing I'm going to do is pull out my road map. And speaking of maps, we have a new state Supreme Court. Yep, we have new state-level maps, and we're suing to end the gerrymander and get new federal maps. Oh, yeah. And I tell you, it ain't about diversity, equity, and inclusion, y'all. Oh, no. It's about fairness. It's about leveling the playing field. I'm telling you, Republicans in this state have enjoyed and taken pride in ripping off working people and family farms with gerrymandered maps. Now we can begin to compete on our ideas and values and our record. And when you put our ideas and our record against theirs, let me tell you, it ain't no competition. You know, the other thing that comes to mind when I think about maps is that Chair Wickler may be leaving us, but he has left us with a road map to victory on how to raise money, how to allocate resources, and ultimately how Wisconsins win everywhere in Wisconsin. And I think that the reality is that Chair Wickler is leaving the Dems in doggone good shape. Now, I'm going to tell you, I mean, I was born and raised in Wisconsin, but I've never been more proud to be a fighting Wisconsin Badger than when Wisconsinites provided a road map straight up out of here to an April Fool who tried to buy our Supreme Court with a cheese head, a chainsaw, and a checkbook. Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah. We defied the odds and won victory in the Supreme Court race appropriately on April Fool's Day. Voters in every Wisconsin county put this fool in checkmate. Oh, yeah. Our resistance to would-be King Donald is working, y'all. Our legislative pressure on swing district Republicans is working. Pushback from our governors, our labor unions, and resistance in the suites and the streets is working. We see the recalcitrance of red county constituencies rising up to meet us on the road to 2026 in a blue tsunami. This very day, No King's Day of Defiance, Saturday, June 14th, is a testament to our willingness to stay active. We're on a road to 2026 with millions of foot soldiers, y'all. 1,500 protests across the country in cities large and small across the land. A nationwide day of defiance, including Wisconsin towns and villages, not just Milwaukee and Madison, but Watertown and Monroe and Winnebago and Montello, and not just blue spaces, but Sturgeon Bay and Eagle River. Give me some noise. And just let me say this. Despite the reign of terror that the Trump administration has imposed on our homeland, we've seen the pushback in communities big and small. And you know, Trump's Trump card is to keep us in fear. Keep Republicans in fear, challenge due process, our rule of law, threaten Democratic cities and governors, throw senators on the ground, deploy the military on its own people, and assume all the unjust qualities of a wicked king. Well, we're not succumbing to fear. That's right. Like every failing dictatorship in ancient and modern times, would-be King Donald is strutting out his vain, vindictive, vulgar military parade designed to intensify fear. And we're reminded of what FDR said, that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. And I would personally add complacency to that message. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not afraid. Because we know that this man is weak and failing, his poll numbers are falling like a rock, and that his display of military might is fear, false evidence appearing real. Oh yeah, we're bravely marching today on this No King's Day of Defiance. And as we travel the road to 2026, I want to end this by paraphrasing one of my favorite poets, Joseph A. Walker, taken from his storied manuscript, A River Niger, when he says, Lord, we ain't no ways tired, and our souls seek not to be flabby. We got muscle-bound spirits. We got muscle-bound souls. And so I would implore Senator Baldwin and Senator Warnock to give this message to Senator Joni Ernst, AKA, we're all gonna die. Senator, we'll tell you, we will be marching in the valley of the shadow of death, because we ain't no ways tired on the road to victory in 2026. And we're going to plant the blue flag, and it will wave in a new era of democracy. Thank you, brothers and sisters.
We're sending Wisconsin's favorite senator back to Washington, D.C. for 6 more years.
It's time we lower costs for working families, deliver more affordable health care, continue to fight for a made-in-Wisconsin economy, and redouble our efforts to pass my Women's Health Protection Act. To the people of Wisconsin, thank you for putting your trust in me as your United States Senator. Let's get to work.
Please welcome to the stage Senator Tammy Baldwin.
All right. Thank you.
So we've had some extraordinary speeches already. We'll hear more tonight. Senator Baldwin and I were talking about this segment and thought we'd mix it up a little bit.
Absolutely.
So we're going to have a conversation. And I want to, I guess, to start, ask Senator Baldwin if you could speak to what happened in Minnesota with the news that broke this morning.
Yes. So I heard first from my two colleagues, Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith, about the horrific tragedy. But one of the things they mentioned was that last night was their Humphrey Mondale dinner. It was similar to our Founders Day dinner. And you know, in some ways, we're all family. We're close. And so they were all there together in a moment of celebration and doubling down on our resolve. What we're seeing, what we saw with my colleague Alex Padilla, what we're seeing is an effort to silence. And we will not be silenced. We will not be silenced. Let's keep them in our hearts, in our minds, in our prayers, and let's carry on in their memories.
Thank you, Senator.
Fight harder because of it.
Senator, let's go back in time. I'd love to ask, what first inspired you to start your journey into politics and public service?
So probably many of you here know a little bit about what gave me the fire in the belly, because I like to talk about it. It's my Why? I was raised by my grandparents, and my mother was also always present in my life. She struggled with mental illness and substance use disorder, and my grandparents raised me, and when I was 9 years old, I had a very serious childhood illness. I was rushed to the hospital with a 108-degree fever. I was in the hospital 3 months. And my grandparents had health insurance, but they realized at the time of need that didn't cover grandchildren. I wasn't a legal dependent. And so they did everything they possibly could to address the issue. They looked for health care coverage for me. But back then, as everyone here probably knows, those health insurance companies weren't obligated to cover somebody with a pre-existing health condition. So I went most of my youth without health insurance. And I saw my mother struggle before parity was the law, and we have to defend that too, but where they would cover her if she had a broken leg, but not with mental health issues. And I grew up believing that that was wrong, and that we had a desperately broken system, and I wanted to do something to help fix it. Of course, I'm still striving for Medicare for all, right? But then that was my fire in the belly. I ran for office. In local office, I was on the Dane County Board when we were experiencing the HIV/AIDS epidemic, and I got to do really important things to make sure that people had access to care. And in the House of Representatives, I was sitting on a panel that helped write the Affordable Care Act. And those insurance companies can no longer refuse to cover someone because they have a pre-existing health condition. But today, and I'm sure we'll end up talking about this more, today, we're not on offense. We are on defense and doing everything we can to protect the Affordable Care Act once again, and Medicaid, and Medicare. And we'll talk more about it, but it can't always be on offense. But we're going to do everything we possibly can to protect Medicaid and get to the point where we're making progress again. So thank you, Ben. I want to ask you pretty much the same question about your leadership. What first inspired your journey into political activism and ultimately into leadership in the Democratic Party?
Well, it started with my mom, who's here with us today. Thank you, Mom. When I was a little kid, my mom would put me to bed, and before bed, she'd say, remember, love, this is before I was married, she'd say, love your wife, love your children, and make the world a better place. That was her kind of last good night to me when I was a little kid. And that was all pretty abstract when I was really small. And my stepdad is also here, my stepdad, Mike. Thank you, Mike. And Mike and my mom are social workers and teach social work, which is a profession that has social justice in the mission. And yes, let's give it up for social workers. And my dad also taught at the university, taught moral philosophy, so his whole thing.
I took one of his courses.
And you took one of his courses. His whole thing was doing what's right. So it was around, but it was specifically my mom's best friend, my godmother, Ada Deer. My mom and Ada had offices across the hall from each other when my mom was pregnant with my older sister, Ruth. And Ada made my mom exercise while pregnant because she said that was better for healthy people. So they did a lot of like sit-ups on the floor in the social work school building and became very close. And when I was born, Ada was the first person other than my parents to hold me as a baby. And I grew up with Ada around. And she was this amazing figure. Some folks here will remember her. She ran for office several times before I was born. But when I was 11 years old, in 1992, she ran for Congress. And that race was the first campaign that I ever volunteered on. It was for the seat that you eventually won. And in that race, I stuffed envelopes and I put up yard signs, and I had grown up going with her to the Menominee Reservation and going to the Menominee powwows. She had led this fight that got a federal law passed that ended federal termination, where the federal government tried to terminate recognition of tribes. They terminated recognition of the Menominee Nation with an amazing group of partners and allies in the Menominee Nation and nationally, reversed that, restored recognition for the Menominee Nation. And then when she ran for Congress and she won her primary, the night of her primary victory, she had the election night party, we were all there, and she went up to the stage and said, "I've waited a long time to say this, me nominee."
I remember that.
And I think it was that joke, as well as that victory in the primary, that kind of got me hooked.
It was the headline in the Capital Times.
It was the headline in the Capital
nominee.
Times. That was the headline when she won. When you won your primary, which I volunteered on too. The headline was "Youthquake,"
yes.
And I will never remember that one either. Those two campaigns and working on Ed Garvey's campaign, and then I think the other piece for me was being a student in Madison Public Schools and seeing how broken our school funding system was. I was infuriated my freshman year of high school because the school district had turned to Coca-Cola to sponsor a whole bunch of different things at the school to try to fill a budget gap. So we organized against that, and then we thought the problem was that the school board was wrong, and so we organized to get a student seat on the school board, and then we realized the real problem was state policy had taken away funding from public schools everywhere. So every school board was put in these impossible situations. And I worked with friends all across the state to organize students to lobby the state legislature in the Joint Finance Committee around the school budget. So seeing that fight that was affecting all of us as students and our teachers unions, and then seeing your work and Ada Deer's work and making such a difference, between all that, I was hopelessly hooked, and I've never left.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Absolutely.
So, my second question. We hear a lot of folks saying that Democrats in Washington aren't doing enough to stand up to the Trump administration. And I'd love for you to respond to that. What are you doing to fight back?
Yeah. Well, we have to, first of all, I think a lot about the run-up to his inauguration. And of course, we've all lived through a previous Trump administration. But we heard something different this time. I call them the Steves, Steve Bannon and Steve Miller, the top advisor guys. They're saying, this time we are going to flood the zone. And they're flooding the zone, right? I always worry, I mean, I love coming home every weekend, and I always worry that by the time I land here, there will be 3 more end-of-week announcements and all sorts of stuff that also happens over the weekends where Congress isn't there to speak with one voice in reaction. And we also have to realize that if we spread ourselves too thin, we will not be effective. And there are critical issues that we have to really focus on. But I look at it in sort of 3 buckets. I heard both Mark Pocan and Gwen Moore talk about it in similar ways, but a little bit different take on it. The courts, the Congress, and standing alongside our constituents and uplifting our constituents' stories. Those are the strategies, the tools we have. This president has done things that are unconstitutional. He has done things that are outright illegal. There's over 200 court cases right now, and we're winning a bunch of them. Doesn't happen fast enough. Damage is done while we're waiting for a determination. But we're winning most of those cases. And then, yep. In Congress, we have our oversight role. I don't know if any of you saw me questioning Pete Hegseth last week, or the director of the NIH, or Bobby Kennedy over his failure to provide CDC experts for our children in Milwaukee public schools who are facing challenges with lead poisoning. So oversight in the Senate, we can block bad legislation that requires us to, it requires them to overcome a filibuster. We can make sure they can't do that. but they're finding too many ways to squeeze things in on a simple majority vote in the Senate, which is really disheartening. And then when I talk about our constituents, all of you, and all of your neighbors, I mean, today was amazing in terms of a show of unity, but also on the issues, to show how cruel and harmful his budget is and how it would impact people we love, people on Medicaid, people who are food insecure if they cut SNAP. I've been traveling across the state, allowing storytellers to come and tell me what would happen if, and then uplifting their stories. That probably adds the communication piece that was mentioned earlier also. And we've got to do that, and it's working. I mean, we're not going to win every battle, but right now I am seeing my Republican colleagues sort of begin to be less cruel. They threatened Head Start, and when people screamed about that, it's back in the president's budget. But there's a lot of things that aren't, and we have to stand alongside our constituents and lift their stories and their voices. And those are the ways we fight back. I'm going to ask you the same question, Ben.
Uh-oh.
I hear from time to time people say, why aren't we doing more? Why aren't we louder? What do you say? What are we doing? And what do you say to those folks who are concerned?
This is the big question of this moment. And first, thank you for everything you're doing in the Senate to fight back against this administration. It makes such a difference. I can only imagine how much it is to be the one senator representing Wisconsin in the Senate on the side of the constituents. We're really grateful for it. I always describe a three-point plan that all of us can do. The first is to spread the word about what it is that Republicans are doing. And it might seem obvious to all of us because, we read the news and we're subscribed to the email lists, but so many people have no idea. They really don't know. And the big horrible bill is just front and center for me because it is exactly what they've always wanted to do, which is to rip healthcare away from millions and millions of people, to give a tax cut for the ultra-rich, and because it shows exactly what their priorities are. It shows whose side they're on, and it's not our side. They're on the side of the Elon Musks of the world against the working people of Wisconsin and this whole country. And what everyone here has been doing to spread the word about that, it has made a gigantic difference already. The Trump administration came in with high popularity, painfully high popularity. It's gone now. This bill is opposed by the vast majority of Americans, the vast majority of Wisconsinites, and that only happens because people are getting the word out. So first is shine a spotlight on this stuff, because if we want to defeat them in 2026, we can't be informing people for the first time about what they tried to do. We need to be reminding them about something they already got pissed off about. And that's the lesson we can learn from the last time they tried to rip up healthcare. In 2017, we defeated, and I, back in my old job at MoveOn,
we were leading that effort at MoveOn, yes.
Collectively, we defeated the attempt to repeal the Affordable Care Act, but we did it in such a big public way that in 2018, everyone knew that Republicans were the ones trying to take away your health care, and Democrats were the ones fighting to defend and expand it. And that's the kind of fight we have to wage right now so that we build the emotional memory for people about knowing Republicans are attacking them and knowing that Democrats have their back. So part one is spread the word about these GOP assaults. Point two is to actually highlight what Democrats are doing. Because if we look around, there's kind of a thing where there's a right-wing media, there's right-wing talk radio, and these big right-wing online networks that, Elon Musk owns X, formerly Twitter, and there's Fox News Channel and all this stuff. There's not as big a megaphone on our side. And so a lot of the time, the way that someone finds out about your great grilling of Pete Hegseth, it's not from seeing it on the news, it's from getting a video clip sent to them by one of their friends. And it's on all of us to amplify and lift up the champions that are doing the good work. So that is our job to support you the same way that you're fighting for us, is to make sure people see it. Because Democrats are fighting for the right thing. It's just that so often the spotlight goes to whatever Donald Trump just said or did, so people don't see the fact that Democrats are fighting on their behalf. And then the third thing which is so essential and which Democrats in our state have led the way on, is to actually win elections. There's no language more powerful in politics than winning an election and beating someone terrible and electing someone great. For all the protests about Elon Musk, and there were all the Tesla takedowns and all those things that made they were great, they made a difference. Nothing came close to the difference that we all made here by defeating Elon Schimmel in the state Supreme Court race this spring. He's out of the White House. And he said, before the election, he was saying that he would fund a primary to anyone who got in Trump's way. Any Republican who opposed Trump on anything, any Democrat who got in Trump's way, he would fund an attack on them. And after the April 1st election, he's now saying that he's done enough. He thinks he doesn't need to spend money in politics for a while. He's got other priorities. He's back on going to Mars. That's fine. And that worked. And that's, I think the rest of the country can learn something from what we do here, because in Wisconsin, let me ask, how many people here plan on knocking on a door or making a phone call this summer to help expand and keep finding more folks to vote for Democrats? That's a lot of hands out there, and if your hand's not raised yet, check in with someone whose hand is raised and get a little inspired by them. Because we organize year-round, and that gives us a chance. We're going to have, this November, there'll be elections in Virginia and New Jersey, some other places. But then next April, we'll have the biggest election in the country again. We get to inspire this entire country again. And then we go right in and we win in 2026 and we win the trifecta. So here in Wisconsin, we're going to show that what they're doing is unpopular by defeating the people who support it and electing people who believe in something better.
Who's next?
I get to ask you the next question.
Okay.
Now, let me ask, you've been going around the state and talking to people and asking these stories. What are some examples of constituents, of activists, of folks in Wisconsin or across the country that you've seen having an impact in this dark time? And what do you see as useful ways for people to fight back?
Yeah. Well, I was telling you I always call it my origin story, but my grandparents and my mother. And I only add this because they showed me the spectrum of ways you can be involved. So I was born in the 60s. My mother was active in the protest movement against the Vietnam War. And she would often, we'd hang out on weekends and she'd take me to the activities on campus. And then my grandparents were much more traditional, felt the same way, but they would write letters to their Congressman Kastenmeier, write letters and call and register their opinions that way. And I'd say, if that's the range I was exposed to growing up, that's exactly what still matters today. So last year at this time, my office, both here in Wisconsin and in DC, probably received about 50 to 100 calls a day. That would be average. I get a readout of them every day. What are people calling about, et cetera. Since the beginning of the year, we have regularly been getting between 500 and 1,000 calls a day. Yep.
Wow.
And my great staff assistants who are on the front lines taking those calls say, and please call Senator Johnson also and whoever your House member is, because they need to be hearing the urgency also. We do encourage them to let their state representatives and senators hear from them too, because if this big ugly bill were to pass, the burden that is being tossed over to the states is striking, and it would be really helpful if some of those Republican state legislators would call their Republican counterparts and say, don't do this to us, right? But participation in rallies and peaceful protest is also extremely important. The coverage that activities across this country will get, the communication around it is powerful and it makes a difference. So I would say all the ways. And then if you go to my website, I do have a section for storytelling. If you have a story to share about how you're being impacted by the tariffs or by the proposal to cut food stamps or Head Start programs or the attacks on Medicaid, If you have a story, I want to uplift it. I'll give you an example of one constituent, Renee. She was my guest for the State of the Union address this year. Renee had written to me and shared her story. She's from Milwaukee. She has stage 4 breast cancer. Her cancer was diagnosed by a program funded by Medicaid. And her treatment is being funded by Medicaid. And she said without it, she and her husband would have 2 really ugly choices: to stop her treatment, hasten her death, or to spend their entire life savings to pay for the care she needs. No one should be forced into that choice. And her story is powerful, and we have to uplift hers and so many more. So share your stories if you have a one that you'd like to. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for listening.
All right. I may skip ahead a little because I don't know if we're going to get to all of our questions here. And there's one that I'm really dying to ask you that's towards the end. Ben, you have been an extraordinary leader of this party. I wouldn't be in office without the work that the party and you put into this last election. But I think we're all curious to know, Ben, what's next?
Well, the first thing after we wrap up, my term ends at the end of this month. My kids and my wife and I are going to Bayfield, Wisconsin. That is what is next. We're extremely excited about it. We're going to spend 4th of July on Madeline Island and have the 4th of July parade there. We're going to kayak to some...
Yes.
We're going to hit the spots. There have been so many field trips that I haven't chaperoned and so many movies that we haven't gone to together for these last 6 years. So this is a summer of saying yes to the things the kids want to do that I'm so excited about. And spending time with Beth. I'm really, really, really excited about it. And then I'm working on a proposal for a book about the lessons from Wisconsin for the country about how to fight back.
Oh, wonderful.
And then who knows? I know one thing for sure is that I want to stay involved in the fight. I get my energy from everyone here and the work that folks do to fight for a better country and a better state and a better world. And there are moments in my life when I've tried to do something else. Pretty soon I'm like, what am I doing? And I jump right back in. So one way or another, I will be absolutely involved in the fight going forward. We'll see what that will look like down the road.
That's right.
Senator, let me ask you, what gives you hope in this moment? This is a moment when a lot of people have a lot of pain, a lot of fear, a lot of sadness.
Yep.
But what gives you hope in these times?
You know, I'll share a couple of thoughts on this. I'm in this fight because we have to. We see the harm that's being done. You rise up to the occasion. And I started this year, as I described even to my own staff, I started this year as a grumpy warrior. And now I'm sort of at the purposeful warrior. And I don't know if you remember Doug Emhoff talking about Kamala Harris as the joyful warrior, but I'm trying to get, the joyful warrior every day. But I want to share in answer to that question something that I saw from a House colleague. Her name's Sarah McBride. I don't know how many of you know of her. She's the first transgender member of the House of Representatives from Delaware. And she was doing a podcast, and she was sort of asked about the same question of hopefulness. And she said, we're going through a very rough patch right now, but we've gone through rough times before. And what's challenging right now is it feels like you can't see the light at the end of the tunnel. But she said, you cannot tell me that the reasons for hopelessness now about our country are greater than the reasons for hopelessness for an enslaved person in 1850 who couldn't see that the Emancipation Proclamation might come a few years later. And you can't tell me that our hopelessness today is any greater than an unemployed worker early in the Depression, not knowing that there might be a New Deal. Or a closeted gay or transgender person in the 1950s who couldn't see an America in which they could be themselves without risk of arrest. They had every reason back then to give up, but they summoned the courage, they summoned the hope, they summoned the resolve, and they changed the world. And that's what we're going to do.
Senator Tammy Baldwin, thank you so much for this wonderful conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Folks, it's a new day in Wisconsin. When I ran for this office in 2018, I promised I would never stop working to fight for an independent, nonpartisan redistricting process to secure fair maps for Wisconsin.
For years, Republicans had gerrymandered districts to remain in power.
13 years of perseverance by Wisconsin Democrats. But those old, unbelievably outrageous Republican maps are finally gone.
Thanks to new, more competitive maps signed into law earlier this year, Democrats picked up seats in both houses. In the Assembly, where all 99 seats were up for re-election, Democratic wins made for a narrower balance of power.
We have 23 new people who are so excited to be in the legislature. They worked really hard in primaries, in tough purple districts.
In the Senate, they broke a Republican supermajority and gained enough seats to ensure they still have a shot at seizing control in 2026.
I think what this really does for the state Senate is we're going to be able to negotiate and hopefully compromise on a number of things.
This is a triumph for democracy against oligarchy, and it's the beginning of the blue wave of 2026.
Please welcome to the stage Diane Hesselbein.
Hello, Wisconsin Democrats. I'm Diane Hesselbein, and it is an honor to be in front of you today. Every day I go to work for you as the leader of the 15 Democrats in our state Senate. And I got to tell you, they are amazing individuals, and I consider myself lucky every day that I get to work with them. I'm not sure if they're all here, so if I say your name and stand up, I know there are other things going on. Senator Jeff Smith, Senator Mark Spreitzer, Dora Drake, LaTanya Johnson, Kelda Royce, Brad Paff, Chris Larson, Tim Carpenter, Jamie Wall, Sarah Kieski, Jody Habish-Sinekin, Kristen Dazzler-Elfine, Melissa Radcliffe, and Senator Bob Wirch. Woo! We have quite a crew. But before I start talking about the Senate Democrats, I do have to say a quick word about how shocked and saddened and angry I am about what happened last night in Minnesota. In America and here in Wisconsin, we should and we must resolve political differences with conversation and debate, not at the point of a gun and not with violence. Thank you. My heart breaks for my Minnesota colleagues and their families. I have been in consistent contact with colleagues all over the state, but especially in the Midwest. We're a close-knit community, and we're trying to keep track and keep each other safe. So all of us in the Wisconsin legislature will do what we can to help Minnesota, to help them heal, and to prevent this from ever happening again, and to continue to seek a safe and respectful world. And now I do want to talk about what we have going on in the state of Wisconsin, because it's extremely exciting. So thanks to hard work, on the ground by Democrats, especially those in this audience and all around the state. Thanks to fair maps and Governor Tony Evers, we gained 5 seats last fall. We flipped seats in the state Senate. We broke the Republicans' gerrymandered supermajority, and we did that because of all of your hard work. Thank you. We are just 2 seats away from taking over the majority, and I know together we will get it done. Hear me now, Democrats. I cannot wait to take back the state Senate in 2026. But that's right, yeah, baby is right. But between now and then, we have work to do. In 2028 at the ballot box, we must be sure no kings rule America. Here in Wisconsin, Republicans in the legislature stand in the way of progress. They are trying to take us back to 1849, the year Wisconsin's law criminalizing abortion, which is still on the books, was enacted. Back to the days when legislatures passed laws to disenfranchise voters and limit the rights to vote. Back to the days when it was a crime to love who you love. Wisconsin Democrats, we will not go back. We will not go back. Never. Last week, Republicans wrote a budget that failed to adequately reimburse our schools for special education costs. Over the past month, Republicans in the state of Wisconsin have stripped out of Governor Tony Evers' budget child care counts, healthy school meals, PFAS remediation, a plan to audit health insurance claim denials, sales tax exemption for diapers and over-the-counter medication. But Democrats, a change is gonna come. When we are in the majority in the state Senate, and it will happen soon, here's what the budget will look like. We will put our kids first by finally fully funding our K-12 education. We will prioritize affordable, safe, and accessible health care. We will fund healthy school meals for each and every child. We know that's a winning combination. We will make historic investments in the UW and the university system, and we will stop meddling in the colleges and universities. We will make sure that the richest pay their fair share of taxes, and that's just the budget. Our majority will help us move forward on long overdue progress in Wisconsin. We will make reproductive freedom a reality for all. We will enact paid and medical leave. We will expand access to health care, including mental health. We will support unions and workers' rights. We will repeal right to work. We will enact project labor agreements, and we will repeal Act 10. We will also legalize cannabis. We will remove lead from drinking water. We will pass common sense gun laws that save lives and prevent tragedies. And we will tirelessly defend our democracy. Wisconsin Democrats, we are here at this convention to prepare for the days and the months ahead. I am energized standing in front of all of you because we are all willing to fight for a brighter future. Tomorrow, we will elect a new party chair to help us lead that fight. Over the past 6 years, Ben Wickler has been a steadfast, dedicated, and dynamic figure in Wisconsin. He and his incredible team have helped make ours the strongest state party in the country. I will miss Ben. We will miss Ben. And we know he will keep on fighting for families, for democracy, and for all the values we share. I am confident the next party chair will build upon Ben's legacy and make the Wisconsin Democratic Party even stronger. As you can tell, I'm pretty excited about what lies before us, because I am optimistic that we can accomplish what we must do in order to do right by the people who elect us and who expect us to focus on what matters to them. I'm inspired by how far we've come, and I can see clearly where we need to go. Democrats, are you with me? We are so close to having a trifecta in the state of Wisconsin. Democrats, are you with me? I know we can do this together because when we fight, let's win together, Wisconsin. Thank you so much.
Please welcome Governor Tony Evers.
Thank you. You guys are great. You guys are great.
The greatest governor.
Oh, God, yeah.
The greatest.
Thank you. Well, hello, Wisconsin Democrats. How the hell are you? You're looking good out there? Everybody good?
You look great.
You know, it always feels good to get the gang back together. Especially because here in this state, Democrats are really good at getting things done. How about that? Thanks to Democrats, more than 410,000 homes and businesses now have a new or improved high-speed internet, in large part due to the investments that Democrats have made. And of course, Democrats are fixing the damn roads. Since 2019, we've improved more than 8,600 miles of roads and 2,000 bridges. I've even been out there filling potholes myself over the last few weeks. And if you laid out all the miles of roads we've repaired, you could drive from here in the Dells to Disney World and back 3 times. No joke, 3 times. And after securing one of the largest investments in affordable housing in state history in our last budget, we've helped support development of about 1,000 new housing units across our state, which means we built 17,000 affordable housing units since I took office. And I've used my veto pen to stop every Republican attack on LGBT kids, Wisconsinites, reproductive freedom, and our fair, safe, and secure elections. Heck, everyone stopped calling me 2-term or 3-term Tony, and now they just call me 400-year Tony because I use my constitutional veto power to provide a $325 increase per student every year for the next 4 centuries. And the other good news is that every time Wisconsinites get together again, we always have a new victory to celebrate. Just a few months ago, for example, Wisconsin Democrats took on the richest man on the planet. And guess what? We're undefeated. Wisconsin Dems won, Elon Musk, zip. I also have to recognize someone who's played an especially important role in our success over the past few years. He's been a critical partner in helping build the strongest Democratic Party that Wisconsin has ever seen. His name is Ben Wickler. Ben, we've been a dynamic duo these past few years, and you've helped transform our party into a national model for Democratic success. As your time as chair comes to an end, I want to thank you for everything you've done for Wisconsin, for Democrats, and for our democracy. Thank you, Ben. Now, Wisconsin Democrats, I don't have to tell you that not everything this year has been twist cones and sprinkles. Far from it. 2025 is already shaped up to be quite a year. Ever since Donald Trump and Republicans took over, they've worked to obliterate our constitutional checks and balances. They're working hard to make sure Trump has the sole power to make decisions unchecked by Congress and unchecked by the courts. They've targeted and tried to fire tens of thousands of workers across dozens of federal agencies who all have bills to pay and families to feed, including firing more veterans than any U.S. president in American history. They've tried hard to implement Trump's tariff taxes on some of Wisconsin's largest export partners. They want to hurt our farmers, our manufacturers, our working families, causing prices to go up on everything from gas to groceries and everything in between. They worked hard to cut and gut programs, investments, and agencies that kids and families, seniors and veterans and farmers depend on every single day. Right now, these clowns are rushing to pass Trump's big dumb bill that will take food away from hungry kids and families, cut Medicaid, and dismantle the Affordable Care Act, stripping nearly 260,000 Wisconsinites of their health care coverage, all so that they can pay for tax cuts to millionaires and billionaires. Seriously, folks, things in Washington are bleak. There's no doubt about that. But Wisconsin Democrats are badgers at heart. We have a knack for fighting back and winning, and that's exactly what we're doing. And it includes the folks fighting for us in Washington every day. Here's the truth. I don't think there's a congressional delegation in this country fighting harder for their state than Mark Bocan, Gwen Moore, and Tammy Baldwin are for us. Period. No question. And if you keep up with Gwen online, you know she's everywhere. I know she does that. All the time. Always taking the fight right to power's doorstep, no matter where she is. Then there's Mark Bocan. He is not only representing folks in his district, but I think he's hosted more town halls in DVO's district this year than DVO has. And you just heard Tammy Baldwin a few minutes ago. Believe me, Trump administration officials at a committee hearing hate to see her coming. She's out there doing the work of 2 U.S. senators. We all know we can't count on Ron Johnson to be doing anything. And here at home in Wisconsin, I promise you this, Democrats, we're raising hell too. When the Trump administration tried to gut billions of dollars of federal funding that Congress approved and Wisconsin was counting on for our schools, health care, infrastructure, we sued them. When they tried to fire tens of thousands of federal workers, leaving them and their families in the lurch, we sued them. When they tried to gut AmeriCorps, which would have affected services and communities in more than half of Wisconsin's 72 counties, we sued them. When they tried to give Wisconsinites sensitive like our social security numbers, bank account information, and other sensitive personal details to Elon Musk and his rugrats, of course, we sued them. When Sean Duffy tried to block critical infrastructure funding that would help bring Wisconsin into the 21st century with EV charging, including projects in the district that he used to represent, we sued them. And when Trump announced he was going to try to abolish the Department of Education, and RFK decided to try and dismantle the Department of Health and Human Services, I called BS, and then, yeah, we sued them. And we're doing all this while still dealing with a Republican legislature that still can't accept the fact that Wisconsin has a Democratic governor. Well, Republicans better start getting used to Democrats being in power in the state, because in 2026, it will be the first time in a generation that every member of the legislature will have, I've hit this thing too many damn times, will have to run under new fare maps I signed into law last year. I know Democratic leaders Dianne Hasselbein and Greta Neubauer and folks in the legislature work awfully hard to protect my veto. But with a Democratic trifecta, Wisconsin could expand Badger Care, pass paid family leave, get contaminants out of our water, and get our kids in schools the resources they need. And yes, we could finally legalize marijuana so we can stop sending our revenue down to my good friend Governor Pritzker down in Illinois. He's got enough. Democrats, if we want to finally end the obstruction in Madison, we have to get to work, and we can't wait. We have to start today. If we want majorities that will finally get things done in the legislature, then our work starts right now. We need to start building that foundation with every local election, every school board race, every farmer's market, every fair, every parade, and every county from Burnett to Grant to Kenosha to Marinette, and every place in between. We have to win, so that we're going to fight like hell to make sure we do, because the stakes could not be higher. We're not just fighting for Wisconsin. We're fighting for the idea that elected officials should work for the people they serve, not the wealthy and well-connected. We're fighting for... We're fighting for the idea that in this country, being a member of a different background, identity, belief, or party shouldn't be a reason for persecution. We're fighting for the idea that our kids deserve good schools and food when they're hungry, that our communities deserve clean water and gun-safe streets, and that our families deserve health care they can afford, and elected officials won't try to take that away. We're fighting for the idea that when Congress passes a law and provides funding, the president must follow that law, not ignore it. That's what's on the ballot next year. And with your help, we're going to win. Because Wisconsin Democrats never stop. We knock on doors, we make the calls, we organize from our kitchen tables to our communities. We fight back, and we never stop fighting for what's right. Winning 2026 starts now. Let's go fight to win every vote for every seat in every election, and let's get to work, folks. Thank you, Wisconsin Democrats. I love you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Let's give it up one more time for our amazing Governor, Tony Evers. Tony, 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 Tony. Woo! We come now to our final speech of the evening. This weekend, we gather together on the theme of the road to 2026. Our eyes are wide open about the challenges ahead. Our hearts are committed. We're ready to build the Democratic trifecta that Wisconsin urgently needs, that can deliver lasting change for families across this state. And we know that this path won't be easy. We know that elections in our state can come down to hair's breadth margins. We've seen how close these races are, that they could come down to that last door you knock, that last phone call, that last friend you invite to the polls. They can come down to the final batch of ballots counted because Republicans won't let them be counted earlier, counted late at night when the final votes are tallied. We know what that's like. And our keynote speaker tonight, he knows that road better than almost anyone, because that's the road that he's traveled. He knows what it's like to run in a state where the margins can be razor thin. He knows what it's like to run in a state where the full weight, the full attack of MAGA is brought to bear. Because he's faced down those MAGA attacks, and he's defeated them. Our speaker, our keynote speaker tonight, is a powerful voice for justice. He's a fighter for working people. He's a man of deep faith and a spellbinding orator. He knows that you win elections in the rural places and the small towns and the cities and the suburbs by going everywhere and by treating everyone with respect. And he knows, as we know, that despair is the enemy of progress and that hope, backed by action, can win elections and can deliver change. Wisconsin Democrats, let's give it up for tonight's keynote speaker, Senator Raphael Warnock.
Thank you. Well, hello, Wisconsin! It's wonderful to be here with you tonight. We missed you. I'm glad to be back. Great to see you. Thank you to your chair, Mr. Ben Wickler. Give him a great big round of applause. Under his leadership, Wisconsin Democrats have won 10 of 13 statewide races. And under his leadership and others, you restored sanity to the state Supreme Court. And you sent Elon Musk a very important message: Wisconsin is not for sale. I also want to acknowledge Governor Tony Evers. Give your governor a great big round of applause. Congressman Mark Pocan and Congresswoman Gwen Moore and all of the elected officials in this room. Give all of our elected officials a round of applause. And a special shout out to my colleague and my friend, my sister from a different mister, who is a fierce fighter for change, who always centers the concerns of ordinary people. Let's hear it for the great. Let's hear it for the great Senator Tammy Baldwin. So speaking of late, the last time I was here in Wisconsin, I told the state, you've got to send Tammy back. Yeah, baby, we did. Yes, you did. Yeah, we did. But here's what I said. You send us Ron Johnson, the least you could do is send Tammy Baldwin back. And she's back in place, and we're working on him next. I'm thankful to be here, thankful to work beside her, thankful that she is there 6 more years in the Senate. And before I say anything else, I want to say Happy Father's Day to all of our fathers and those who've been like fathers to us. Happy Father's Day, everybody. Come on, let's celebrate our fathers. You look great tonight. I wish you could stand up here and see yourself. It really is good for us to be together. But even as we celebrate our work and our victories together tonight, even as we affirm our shared values, lay out the course for the future, we know that these are dark days, tough times. Our hearts go out to the people of Minnesota, where two dedicated public servants and their spouses were attacked in a heinous crime of premeditated political violence. We mourn the loss of Speaker Emerita Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark Hortman. We pray for their loved ones, and we pray for the recovery of Senator John Hoffman and Yvette Hoffman. God, heal our land. And God, give us the wisdom and the courage to work together toward that healing. For the vicious attack in Minnesota this morning and the rough manhandling and abuse visited upon my colleague, Senator Alex Padilla, a sitting United States Senator who was thrown to the ground and handcuffed by the Trump administration for doing his sworn duty and asking questions, make it clear that in this moment, beyond our important public policy debates, something even more vital is at stake. Our bond as an American family and the covenant we have with one another as an American people. On this night, when tanks earlier today were rolling through our Capitol, on the birthday of a commander-in-chief who is threatening to deploy soldiers to the streets of cities all across America, somebody's got to remind us that we are not at war with one another. Do you hear me? We are in a fight, but we are not at war with one another. At the end of the day, we're all we've got. Democrats, independents, and Republicans, red, yellow, brown, black, and white, urban and rural, liberal and conservative, male and female, whoever we are all we've got. And if you want to fight, you ought to fight for the U.S. You ought to fight for us, fight for all of us. Fight knowing that we are tied in a single garment of destiny. Dr. King taught us that we're caught up in an inescapable network of mutuality, and whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. We're all in this together. Are you ready to stand up for a country that's big enough to embrace all of us? I love America. I love you too. I love America. I love America because America gave me, a kid who grew up in public housing, a fighting chance. And that's what good government does. Good government gives ordinary people a fighting chance, a way to win, a path to pursue their dreams. I stand tonight as a United States Senator, but I can never forget where I came from. I'm that kid who grew up in Kate Holmes housing projects on Cape Street. I'm number 11 out of 12 children. My folks who were Pentecostal preachers clearly read the scriptures, be fruitful and multiply. My family was short on money, but long on love, long on faith. My parents, who were steeped in the faith, talked, it seemed, in King James English. Everyday conversation. My mama had a way of saying, "Thou shalt wash the dishes." "Lest I smite thee with my rod." my family. And my community convinced me that in America, anything is possible. And so although no one in my family had graduated from college, I was convinced that I could do it. And so I went to Morehouse College. I went to Morehouse College, a historically black college, on a full faith scholarship. A full faith scholarship is when you don't have enough money for the first semester. But I was determined to go. I just wanted to attend the college that Dr. King attended. I didn't know that years later I would serve as pastor of the church where he served. God always dreams a dream bigger than the dream we've been dreaming for ourselves. And so when I arrived on the campus of Morehouse College, I looked at my dad, just wanting to get a few dollars to get through the first few days, to buy some books, to get started. My dad was a loving father, but he had a lot of children. And I looked at Dad trying to get a few dollars, you understand, on Father's Day weekend. And my dad looked at me, true story, and spoke to me in King James English. He said, "Silver and gold hath I none, but such as I have, I give unto thee. The grace of God go with you, son." He gave me a great big hug. My mother gave me a great big hug, and then they got in the car and drove off in the horizon and left me standing there. Well, 4 years later, I graduated from Morehouse College. I was able to finish because I had grit, I had a sense of perseverance, determination, a fierce work ethic. But I had something else. I had some Pell Grants. I had some low-interest student loans. And before that, as a high school student, another federal program called Upward Bound, part of the TRIO programs that they're trying to cut, put me on a college campus. I knew that I belonged on the college campus because as a high school student, good federal public policy put me on that college campus. And before that, I was a Head Start alum. And now they're trying to cut Head Start. Now they're trying to take away these programs that give kids like me who grew up on Cape Street a path to pursue their dreams. A free lunch kid who now sits in the United States Senate. That's the America I'm fighting for. And so I know what this current fight is all about. I came to Wisconsin because what keeps me up at night is the recognition that it's harder for a kid growing up on Cape Street today to put himself on a path to success than it was back then. And that is an indictment on this current moment and our current leadership who right now are trying to take us in the wrong direction. Trump's big, ugly bill that pulls billionaires up and the rest of us down, pulls children down and our veterans down and the disabled down and working families down and students down, will pull America down, but it will not happen without a fight. Are you ready to stand up for the best in the American spirit? Are you ready to fight so that every child in America has a chance? Are you ready to make sure that rural children all across Wisconsin know that there's an America that embraces them? And so I'm focusing on the needs of our kids, because every street in America is Cape Street. Future heroes live on ordinary streets across the country in public housing, in major cities and rural towns in Georgia and Wisconsin. And right now, I'm concerned about these kids. I'm concerned about our seniors who are dealing with the blessings and the burdens of growing old. I'm concerned about our veterans. Those who fight for us should not have to fight with us to get the benefits that they deserve. I'm fighting for health care because I believe that health care is a human right, and it is certainly something that the wealthiest nation on the planet can afford to provide for its citizens. And so when we leave here tonight, we have to make sure we spread the message and set the record straight. They want you to think that there are able-bodied men who are choosing not to work, and that's the reason why they need to cut $800 billion out of Medicaid. The preacher can't say that, but thank you. The people who are going to suffer are working people in rural counties like Clay County, Georgia, where over a third of the residents receive SNAP, and Menominee County, Wisconsin, where over half of residents receive SNAP. And those people in these rural communities are scratching their heads. They're wondering why Washington politicians are giving tax cuts to billionaires while taking away programs that help families afford groceries, all the while putting on them tariffs that are increasing the cost on everything from groceries to baby supplies. It simply does not make sense. The data doesn't lie. For every dollar we spend on SNAP, our economy gets $1.79 for the local economy. Talk to small grocery stores in rural counties right here in Wisconsin. They rely on families using SNAP to keep their doors open. And so when you cut SNAP, you don't just cut these families, you deal a blow to these local economies. The attacks on our rural areas extend to health care. It's residents in rural counties who might have to drive 2 to 3 hours to a hospital because their local hospital or clinic shut down thanks to new restrictions on Medicaid. Wisconsin and Georgia are 2 of the 10 states that have not expanded Medicaid. And Georgia has seen over a dozen hospitals close in the past dozen years. Wisconsin rural clinics are facing closure even as we speak. And that's why, based in my commitment to fighting for health care, I went to our capital back in 2017. Not as a senator, but just as an ordinary citizen, an activist pastor, serving Ebenezer Baptist Church, where Martin Luther King Jr. preached. I knew I had to go to the Capitol because in 2017, They were trying to do the same thing then that they're doing right now, except that they're doubling down this time. They were trying to cut health care in 2017 in order to give a tax cut to the wealthy. They were cutting food assistance in 2017. They were taking food out of the mouths of hungry children and health care from working families in order to pass a tax cut for billionaires in 2017. And I went to the Capitol not as a United States Senator, but as a pastor. And I began to gather with my colleagues. And there we were singing and praying in the rotunda of the building where I now work. And the Capitol Police said, if you do not disperse, if you keep singing and praying in the rotunda, we're going to have to arrest you. What they didn't know is that I had already been arrested. My mind and my imagination had been arrested by the idea that America is better than this, that we can afford to provide health care for our children, that we can take care of our veterans, that we can do something about food insecurity. I had already been arrested. And right now, in this moment, I'm arrested by this idea, Wisconsin, that this is our moral moment, and those of us who were born after the civil rights movement, we don't have to ask ourselves anymore what we would have done back then. It's time to do it right now. Whoever we are, it's time to stand up for justice. It's time to stand up for truth. It's time to stand up for righteousness. It's time to stand up for working people. It's time to stand up for an America that gives every child a chance. Are you ready to do that, Wisconsin? And so let me tell you how we do it. We've got to stand up all across this country, all across Wisconsin, all across Georgia. When I was running for the United States Senate, I ran all across my state. I went to blue districts and I went to red districts. And there were some who said that they had never seen a senator. They had never seen anybody running for the Senate in their little rural town. They were surprised that I was there. I was surprised that they were surprised because I was running to be the senator for all of Georgia. And what I've learned from my years as a pastor is that sometimes you just got to walk with the people while you work for the people. Because you can't serve the people if you don't love the people, and you can't love the people unless you know the people. We need leaders who know the struggles of ordinary people. That's who Tammy Baldwin is. That's why she was the first statewide Democratic candidate to get the Wisconsin Farm Bureau endorsement in 20 years, because Tammy Baldwin stands up for the people of Wisconsin all over the state. And so, Democrats, let's fight for all the people. We are the party who understands the struggles of the working class. We are the party that's always fought for the PRO Act and the right to organize. We're the party that's always stood up for a livable wage. We're the party that believes in a tax code that gives people a hand up, not a handout. Wisconsin understands more than any other state the consequences of going after labor and their right to organize. Folks here are working hard to fight back against anti-union actions at all levels of government. But fighting for working people goes beyond the right to organize. That's why when I'm in Georgia, I'm not just talking about what I'm against, I'm talking about what I'm for. Because let's face it, the status quo is not working for most people. So I'm telling them about how this GOP tax bill will raise their health care premiums. I told you about Medicaid, but did you know that if this big ugly bill passes, almost everybody's health insurance is going up? So we've got to fight for all of us. Every now and then, I think about that kid who was growing up on Cape Street. I think about him because although I've come some way since then, every now and then I see his eyes in the eyes of young people all across my state. Not long ago, I ran into a young man at the Peachtree DeKalb Airport in Georgia, and he had that light in his eyes. He had that thing that you want to see in the eyes of young people. He had found his passion. Howard Thurman said, "Ask not what the world needs, ask what makes you come alive." And go and do that, because what the world needs is people who have come alive. And we ought to try to stir that up in the minds and in the imagination of all of our children. That's why I'm so proud that when I was elected, we passed the expanded child tax credit, which cut child poverty by more than 40%. But this young kid that I met wanted to be a pilot. And he had the aptitude, he had the intellect. I call him a kid, but he was really a young man. But 10 years later, and after spending $100,000 of his own money, because you have to get enough flight hours to become a pilot, of having to work for a little while, go to school for a little while in fits and starts, 10 years later and $100,000 later, he was still not a pilot. We've made it too hard for that kid to find a way to win. We have to make smooth the runway so that he can take off. I used to wonder what the prophet Isaiah meant when he said that one day the lion will lie down next to a lamb, and a little child shall lead them. I've been studying the scripture my whole life, but it's only recently that it occurred to me what Isaiah meant when he said, and a little child shall lead them. Here is what we all have in common. Urban people and rural people, red, yellow, brown, black, and white, liberals and conservatives. Here's what we all have in common. We all love our children. And virtually all of us want our children to do well. We want our children to do better than we did. Here is how we've got to get there. Here's how we get there. We've got to be able to look into the eyes of other people's children and see our own. And then a little child will lead us to a country where every child can fly, where every child has a chance, where every child can take off. And so we got to work for workforce development plans. We've got to build an economy that creates opportunity. We've got to recognize that we've seen 40 years of this failed experiment. Wealth does not trickle down. The way to build America is from the bottom up. And although it's dark right now, don't give up. Know that we can win. I was John Lewis's pastor. And when I feel like giving up, I think about John Lewis. John Lewis had no reason to think that he could win crossing that Edmund Pettus Bridge with brute force meeting him on the other side of that bridge. John Lewis, when he was crossing that bridge, he wasn't thinking that one day he would receive a Presidential Medal of Freedom. He wasn't thinking about any of that. He was just trying to stay alive that day so he could fight the next day. but by some stroke of grace mingled with human resilience and determination, he crossed the bridge and built the bridge, and I crossed that bridge into the United States Senate, Georgia's first black senator. And why did he cross that bridge as I close? And nobody believes a Baptist preacher when he says, as I close. But I was John Lewis's pastor. And the great ambassador Andrew Young is my friend. And Andrew Young told me this story, y'all, that I think about a lot in these dark days. He said that when we were able to successfully get the civil rights law passed, we went with Dr. King to the White House to meet with President Johnson. And Dr. King said to President Johnson, Mr. President, we need a voting rights law. And the president said, I'm sorry, Dr. King, I understand what you're saying, you're right, but I can't do that right now. I don't have the power to get that done. I just passed the civil rights bill. Do you know how difficult that was? I don't have the power, Dr. King, to do that right now. And as they left the meeting, the staff was feeling all dejected. And they said to Dr. King, what are we going to do now? The president said he does not have the power to get the bill passed. Dr. King just sort of shrugged his shoulder, and he said, well, if the president doesn't have the power, I guess we're going to have to go and get the president some power. I like that story, Wisconsin, because it reminds us that it's not about the people in power, it's about the power in the people. And I came all the way from Georgia to tell you that although we may be out of power, we are not without power. The power still lives inside of the people. Are you ready to use your power? Are you ready to use your voice? Are you ready to stand up for our children? Are you ready to stand up for the working class? Are you ready to stand up for our veterans? Are you ready to fight for all of our children? Let's work together. Let's fight together. Let's pray together. Let's stay together. Let's organize together. Because when we fight, we win. God bless you tonight. Keep the faith and keep looking up.
Let's hear it again for Senator Raphael Warnock. Wisconsin Democrats, get your hospitality suite outfits ready, because with the stroke of this gavel, day one of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin convention is hereby put into recess. We will resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Until then, have a wonderful night. Thank you, Wisconsin Democrats.